doesn't grow in silence. It grows in shared spaces where ideas meet, minds spark, and learning comes alive. A very good morning. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to Milana 2025 Emerging Trends in Construction Law, an initiative designed to engage fresh ideas and enlarge our understanding of the evolving landscapes of construction law. I, Namrata Murthy, a postgraduate student specializing in construction law and arbitration, deem it a privilege and honor to be your master of ceremonies for the day. Today, we have with us our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Dinesh Hegde, District Judge and Director of the Arbitration and Conciliation Center, Bengaluru. We are also honored to welcome Dr. Esther Thomas, Director of Manipal Law School, an inspiring leader and steadfast guiding force in academic, who will be joining us online today. Sri H.S. Raju, Advocate and Managing Trustee of Vidyodaya Foundation Trust, Tumkuru. Professor Dr. Sunajan. And Professor R. Venkat, our Chief Organizer, Program Chair of Construction Law and Coordinator of Construction Law Research Center at Manipal Law School. On behalf of Manipal Law School, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to everyone. The lighting of the lamp marks the beginning of an auspicious occasion, symbolizing wisdom and new beginnings. I now call upon the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp. I now request the dignitaries to pay their respects. Thank you, dignitaries. We are honored to have our esteemed guests and invitees with us today. I now request Professor Venkat, the Program Chair of Construction Law and Coordinator of Construction Law Research Center, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, Dr. Hidde, Dr. Sunil, Shri Raju, dignitaries on and off the dais. So construction means delay, right? So we have started late, so hopefully we will catch up during the day. So I want to give you a very brief introduction about construction law and what has been done in the last 3 years ever since we have launched the program. So probably I'm getting old, I wanted to speak about history today about the construction law, that how it has evolved over the time. So actually the good old days, if you build a construction, you are being paid not in cash but in goats and barley. From there we have moved to skyscrapers along with the disputes that's today. We all know about Hammurabi courts. So it's funny that there was a guy called Hamu. He had a craftsman. He knew how to put a plumbing line or build a wall. But one day when he was building a house for a builder, the building collapsed and it is almost killed the builder. Little you know that according to the code, if the owner gets flattened by his own roof, the builder will get flattened by the law. So the Hammurabi code says very clearly that if the owner is killed because of a faulty building, the builder will be killed. Hopefully we don't have that kind of a strict liability today in the law. But however, if you see the code 233 of Hammurabi, if the builder builds a home for someone, it is not completed, the walls are toppling, the builder must make the wall solid from his own means. That liability still we talk about to this day, right? If the contractor doesn't do the job well, we have to get it done at his cost with the same contractor, with the other contractor. So we owe a lot to Hammurabi codes even today. Then the Romans took the buildings very seriously. So if you are an architect, you have to put as a collateral all your property to the magistrate before you start the building. If you are able to win, if you are able to be over budget, you have to build the building and all your property will go. If you are under budget, you will get laurels, people will talk about you and you will be able to be, you are the hero in the town. You are an architect, you have built a house under the budget and you will be facilitated. Then it moved on, architects were told that we are not a contractors, we are specialist people, right? So we are also entitled to have lawsuits. If at all we are sued, we want to defend. So the architecture went further and further. But those days the construction means, it is not that what we are having today, it's being sued by your neighbor because of flooding their garden, right? So that's how it used to be those days. Later on, the architecture further specialized. We have engineers coming in, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, and the architects have become more specialized. Is there any architects in the room? Okay. Pardon me for the thing, it is not by me, it's one of the professor. The architects know less and less about more and more until they know absolutely everything about nothing. So that is what architects were defined those days, right? More rules, more liability, and few relaxing weekends. Then the sanctity of contract came in US, the mechanic liens came in. So if you promise to build a bridge and bridge turns to a modern art half the way through, that means it collapses. Sorry, you are on the hook, you are liable unless the God floods the site, that means the force majeure. Except for the force majeure, you will not be let out. And if you are a mechanic, you have a lien on the building until you get paid. Unfortunately, we don't have that opportunity today, in our, at least in the common law jurisdictions. Then the buildings become complex and complex. My lords thought it may not be worthwhile for us to waste the court time or royal court time. Let us create something called arbitration and go away somewhere and let them discuss these technical things. We don't want to get involved. Let's create arbitration and the specialists fight it out somewhere less busy than the royal court. So that's how the arbitration born. So today the modern construction law is actually a thick bath of doctrines, statutes, insurance, liabilities, experts. So I think it's like kind of a soup which we are talking about. So we have a mix of all, each one trying to say who's going to be the one, the correct. Later on the lawyers came in along with architects and engineers to say that we want to have the piece of cake. The construction law embraced everything except medicine, right? That's what they were explaining, right? Only medicine we don't understand, let's leave it to the therapist. Everything else, let's say that it's under the roof of the construction law. Then the American Construction Law Society came up different colleges started construction law. The construction law became actually, they have not became famous for constructing the buildings, but for constructing very good arguments about the failures. So that's how the American construction law started. Then we have more and more lawyers joining the fray across the globe. We have architects, we have lawyers, we have engineers, everyone coming through, and they were either building the buildings or they were constructing the arguments in the court. It flourished and further. So the moral of the story is build wisely, contract carefully, always check the roof for the goats before your neighbor does. Right? That's what we wanted to say, that it's a story of construction law. Thankfully in modern it's not that complicated. So we have contracts, we have forms, we have procedures today as such. So India is now advancing with a rapid pace in the infrastructure. Various sectors are going on. So what is so great about construction law, why we are talking about it? That's exactly this is. It's all capital intensive, labor intensive, substantial risk involved, delays are quite common, over the budget, it's almost every time, heavy engineering, each one is blaming the other. So you name anything, we have a dispute for that. So that's what I would, one Singapore lawyer said, the disputes are waiting to happen as the night going to come after the day. So it's as certain as that every project will have. So the lawyers will have busy days ahead. So India, today it is actually 60 to 70% of the Indian arbitration is on the construction disputes in terms of value. And every other project is delayed. Every infrastructure project is over budget. When I say that 70% of the projects are in delay, the 30% of the projects are waiting to get delayed. That's it. It's not that they are on time. I have not come across a project which is above 6 months, completed on time or on budget. I have just 40 years experience. That's it. So that's the way the construction works on. And it takes, you have a dispute, you take to the arbitration, it takes quite a long time to get an award. Then finally to enforce that award and get your money back, we are talking about 5 to 6 years in a very optimistic. Generally it is taking more than 7 years as per the surveys which is done in India. So that's where the construction law is becoming very important for both the engineers and the lawyers to understand. It is not easy for the judges. There are some funny judgments actually. One judge told that I don't like science, that's why I came to law. Now you are fighting about the generator capacity and who is fault at that. How the hell I don't know? I don't know. You people are experts. You should be able to resolve your disputes without coming to me, right? This is actually a cited case. He said, I don't have any idea in engineering, right? The other judge said, you are bringing thousands of pages, right? I'm only a single man, I'm not an expert. Whatever judgment I'm going to give, you are going to challenge it in the next court. Why are you wasting my time? Why don't you go and get your disputes resolved among your experts? You know very well what you are doing. So they were lamenting, actually they were giving sermons and saying that don't come to us, we are not the one to be looked upon. Then the construction law evolved in the modern times in various jurisdictions. Today, UK, I would say, United Kingdom, one of the most advanced in terms of construction law. We have specialist courts called the Technology Construction Court. We have a separate legislation for construction contracts. There are law firms specialized in that. Then there is a Society of Construction Law, and colleges are teaching. There are 15 universities minimum, to my knowledge, teaching construction law as a major from the law school. So it went on to Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, South Africa, Canada. We are one of the biggest common law jurisdictions. We haven't done nothing. We haven't done anything about construction law all these years, right? So whenever we go for conferences, they ask, do you have a special courts? No. Do you have a special adjudication act? No. Do you have colleges teaching? No. Then how do we hire the lawyers for construction disputes? Today, the construction disputes are all being solved by the lawyers from Dubai or Singapore or sometimes even from UK. So the flights have become cheaper. So we have English lawyers. Last week I was in a conference. You won't believe 80% of the attendance from people from outside India. So that's the kind of, because they don't have business there in Europe and London. India is thriving. So they want to get a piece of cake. So when are we going to take our own piece of cake by ourselves or leaving it to them forever to do that? So the Technology Construction Court, it's actually 150 years old. So that's all thing. Now I'm coming to the academic. 1987, John Wolfe was an architect turned barrister. He started the construction law program in King's College, London. They were actually, I would say, the mecca of construction law. So there's the first law college. Even today, the King's College London Construction Law program is considered to be one of the golden standard, right? So they are thriving on because they have the excellent faculties, excellent acts, excellent authors. So every other book, if you see in construction law, is written by an English author or an Austrian author. That's how it is. Then it went, 1989, it went to USA. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2024, that construction law program came to India. I'm very happy to say that Manipal took an initiative to introduce the construction law in India. So with that, we have put the construction law map with us. We have started a research center. We have done some short-term programs. We wanted to empower lawyers as well as the engineers in the field of construction law, exactly as per that whatever is happening in the other parts of the world. So we have conducted a first construction law conference in March 2024. So it was well attended. Later on, that's the first inaugural batch of the Manipal Law School with the engineers and lawyers. Then similar Milana was done last year. So the Milana, the concept is we have engineers learning the law and we have lawyers learning the construction. So that's how we want to put them together when the students are coming here for the exams. So we want to have a kind of an interaction. So this time we want to invite people from other disciplines as well. So we want to have a kind of a arrangement where the law, management, technology, engineering talk together, understand each other's problems and work together as a cohesive manner, right? That's what we are looking for. So this is the current batch. Taken a couple of days, it's quite sunny, that's why you might have seen a lot of people are screaming. So the construction law here actually, not only that we have classroom debates, we take them to construction sites, we show them how the construction is happening, what kind of disputes are waiting to happen. See, all these things are part of the curriculum and I hope the students are really enjoying the stay here because they are getting a lot of chance to go outing during the class hours. So that's the thing. Not only that, we have started an initiative actually by the first inaugural batch alumni cohorts of construction law. Coming soon means it's not a few weeks, maybe going to be only a few hours from now. Today we are inaugurating actually thanks to the initiative by the alumni of the construction law cohorts, both the engineers and lawyers. So you will be knowing about it little while. And this time we did more because we don't have much of academic writing in the field of construction law. We have actually launched a journal article writing. We had a competition on 3 themes. You could see a lot of cups there waiting for the winners to be given. So the jury are all sitting here. Later on they will be talking about it. So we had around 35 papers and some of them are really good and we are planning to publish them in a reputed journals and they'll be getting the prizes and cash awards. So in academic sense, whatever we could do for the promotion of construction law, we are doing thanks to Manipal Law School, thanks to my director, thanks to my colleagues and MAHE. Because when we wanted to start the program, we said, sir, nobody is doing, we want to do that. Somebody asked, when nobody is doing, why do you want to do it? So we said, that's why we want to do it. So thankfully we have come up to here with all your blessings and your support. Probably we would be growing big and we would be the King's College of London for the construction law in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your inspiring voice and setting the tone for today's event. I now call upon Professor Dr. Sunil John to address the audience and share his valuable insights.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning.
It's my august duty to welcome the guests on the dais, Dr. Dinesh Hegde, Dr. H.S. Raju, Professor Venkat, my colleague, some seniors, alumni, I can see some of them here today, and to the students and all the guests who are here, a warm welcome on behalf of the director and faculty members of the Manipal Law School. I bring you greetings also from the management of the Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Before I begin, I just want to introduce the person whom we garlanded there. Some of you would have studied law and some of you would remember TMA Pi case. very important case. Anybody who studied Constitution would always remember TMFI case, and that is Tanshay Madhav Pai, and Manipal Academy of Higher Education is founded by him, and we owe our greetings and responsibilities for this great man who brought such constitutional change in India. So this is also a kind of an honor for him to introduce a new program like construction technology arbitration. I'm not a construction person. I do not specialize in engineering. I'm basically a history student who turned to become a lawyer and a law teacher. Now, I was listening intently to what Professor Venkat was talking about construction and how the regulations and compliance issues came in. I just want to add a few more things to it. When we talk about buildings, we start from the old age cave houses and the houses built by stone and cement, and later on so every single construction always had something to do with the personality who was behind it. So they were all meant to show their authority, show their power, show their grandeur that each one of them held. So the castles in Europe, when you see, it represents the person who built it. It represents the authority, the power. The palaces, especially the, let's say, Mysore Palace or many other palaces in India, represented the grandeur of the state to which the Maharaja belonged to and the kind of approach that he had to his people. But I think more important part of construction arbitration and construction law becoming more and more important was also when public buildings as you said, no, the roof falls, the builder is held responsible because those were private apartments, private buildings. After the Industrial Revolution, more and more public buildings started coming in. Huge railway stations, airports, magnificent stadiums. Now all those things had a lot to do with public usage. So today when we talk about construction law and talk about construction arbitration, what we are referring to is not the kind of buildings that we build, but also about the safety, about compliances, about what goes behind it. So that is how today construction technology has involved many areas, as Professor Venkat rightly said, except for medicine, probably we handle everything. That is because of safety, regulations, fire, so many hazards that a public building ought to be answerable to. Now that is where I think a course in construction law and arbitration would come in. So you can't expect a single individual to have a knowledge of everything. It is impossible. I was reading somewhere a joke where a young nursery student says, you expect us to learn every subject, but our teacher teaches only one subject. They don't know all the subjects. So we are in a situation like that. So we have approaches to everything, we have responsibility to everything, but as an individual, we may not have knowledge of everything. So that is why we have to have in the program people from different professions, engineers, mechanical engineers, civil engineers, arbitrators, lawyers, architects. So this is a program which I feel is probably the most dynamic of all the programs. I mean, a constitutional law does not need this kind of an approach. Somebody who studies corporate law does not need to have this kind of an approach. But somebody who studies a construction law and somebody who does specialization in construction need to have different approaches and different laws. I think I would stop here. We have so many events waiting for you, and I think we are running behind schedule a bit. So So let me again welcome all of you once again. Please enjoy your stay here. Please explore our campus. It's a new campus. It's a big campus, a huge campus. So please take some time off and to visit our campus. It's a very modern campus. So please take some time off and have a look at our campus. Please meet each other and enjoy your stay here for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our chief guest, Dr. Dinesh Hegde, District Judge and Director of Arbitration and Conciliation Center, to address us and share his valuable perspectives.
Good morning to all of you. On dais, off the dais, and distinguished guests. In fact, it is a privilege and an honor to join you at this Milana 2025, an ambitious and forwarding-looking initiative by Manipal Law School that brings together engineers, lawyers, academicians, researchers, and industry experts on places have not communicated effectively at the right stage. Milana 2025 symbolizes a meaningful effort to bridge that gap. One of the central themes of this conference today, technology and innovation in construction law, is timely and essential. The construction industry is undergoing a transformation driven by building information modeling, AI-enabled delay analysis, drone surveys, and digital project monitoring systems. These technologies are slowly finding their place in arbitration, improving the speed, accuracy, and objectivity of evidence assessment. As we move forward, embracing these tools will be critical for reducing disputes and improving project governance. Another theme of the today Milana 2025, sustainability and risk management, reminds us that modern construction is not just about building faster, but building responsibly. Environmental obligations, social impact assessments, long-term maintenance risks, and ESG-driven expectations are becoming part of contractual frameworks. Dispute resolution must evolve accordingly, equipping arbitrators and lawyers to evaluate sustainability-related risks with the clarity and competence. India's future as a global infrastructure hub depends not only on building strong assets, but also on building strong institutions. Institutional arbitration, specialized construction law education, and sector-specific panels of experts will be central to strengthening our dispute resolution ecosystem. I am delighted to see Manipal Law School taking the lead in this space through its Center for Construction Law Research. This academic investment will nurture a new generation of professionals who are not only legally sound, but also technically informed, ethically grounded, and globally aware. Construction law and dispute resolution offer immense opportunities, whether you choose to become practicing lawyers, arbitrators, policy advisors, contract specialists, or researchers. Your role will directly influence the nation's infrastructure future. As we gather here for Milana 2025, let us commit ourselves to fostering interdisciplinary understanding, strengthening institutional mechanism, and promoting fair and efficient dispute resolution practices. I am confident that the deliberations today will inspire meaningful dialogue, new research directions, and professional collaborations that will shape the future of India's construction governance. I congratulate the organizers once again and extend my best wishes for the success of this conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Your message resonates deeply with our mission here today. I now kindly invite Shri H.S. Raju, sir, Advocate and Managing Trustee of Vidyodaya Foundation Trust, to share a few words with us.
To be at Manipal Law School for the inauguration of Milana 25, an event that brings together two important professions, engineering and lawyers. I am honored to be part of the platform that promotes collaboration and fresh ideas for a better and safer future. As part of the International Conference on Emerging Trends in Construction Law, today's gathering reminds us that with rapid changes in technology and infrastructure, law and engineering must work together. I will not take much of your time, as the experts present here are far equipped to speak about the latest trends in this field. I sincerely thank Manipal Law School for giving me the opportunity to be a guest at this meaningful event. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. It is now our order to felicitate our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Dinesh Hegde, and our distinguished guest, Shri H.S. Raju and Professor Dr. Sunil John, in recognition for their invaluable contributions to the field. I now request Professor Venkat to lead the felicitation ceremony and present tokens of appreciation to our guests.
Yes.
I now request Professor Dr. Sunil to kindly felicitate Professor Venkat.
We do this every day, but it's a special honor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I now request Professor Venkat to kindly take over the session and begin the academic session one.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Rajat? Where is Rajat? Okay. Sorry. Rajat? Long series, we start reading. It will take a long time, so probably it will be the shortest way I would be possible. I will be doing that. So Dr. Santosh Prabhu is going to be the moderator for today's first session. He's Head of Department of Law at SDM Law College, Mangalore, Center for the PG Studies and Research in Law, and have 17 years of experience in the field of law and teaching. So he has published numerous papers in peer-reviewed and Scopus Index journals, and he is associated editor of several reputed journals like Legal Opus, Legal Spectrum, and Legal Owners, etc. So beyond his research, Dr. Prabhu has played significant institutional leadership roles at SDM Law College. He is active in Research Publication Unit, convener of the Training and Placement Cell, coordinator for the National Innovation Startup Policy and Implementation Committee. I had a pleasure of meeting him a few months back. Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation to be part of our today's conference. Dr. Prasad, Head of Executive Education at Nikmar University of Construction Studies, Hyderabad. So like we have construction law, they are teaching construction management. So that's the connecting link. He holds a doctorate in construction management, lean construction. So probably you have to teach us how to do conferences on a lean construction and Six Sigma. So we are very bad in that. He is having over a decade of professional industry experience in planning, coordination, budgeting, project monitoring and control. I think we can resonate very well with him. He has experience in monitoring underground rock caverns, tunneling projects, metro projects. He has a great experience working with globally recognized international organizations in developing project management systems for the organization. Although I know him for a few years, our meeting came up only very recently in November, where I was invited to give a lecture at NICMAR for industry professionals. Like I am mad at construction law, I think he is mad at construction management. So probably that's what we got liked each other. So welcome, Dr. Prasad. Dr. Murali Jagannathan, Professor at IIT Madras. He has done an MTech from IIT Madras and doctorate from IIT Mumbai. He has been working with L&T, so he is also an industry person, I think, before moving to the academy. So he was, before joining IIT Madras, he had faculty positions at NICMAR and also at L&T Academy. So I came to know Murali from my senior colleague, Mr. Ganesan, I think, who taught at IIT Madras. Although I was also part of the program, I didn't teach Murali, but I taught his wife. So in one of the training programs in one of the companies, probably she didn't want to listen to Murali and she came to listen to me about that, so contract management. So actually our face-to-face meeting happened only at Leipzig in Germany. So we both were presenting our papers in an international conference. We had great time touring the city and with other researchers and also with my colleague Dr. Apurvi. So our research was not limited to engineering and law, bit of history and tourism also. So Professor Veluswamy, currently working as a professor of practice at the SRM institution. He is also visiting professor at University of Petroleum and Energy Studies. He holds PhD in management studies. He is an educator, banker. He has been a senior general manager at REC Limited, then IDBI. He worked with various companies and done lot of papers. More important, we were classmates. 1985 passed out, mechanical engineers, batchmates, hostelmates, even with Venkatraghavan Veluswamy, we were even the research, even the labs we used to do together. So he moved on to management, I moved on to law, that's how it is. So thanks Veluswamy, we call him Ved. So Ved, being with us. Dr. Rajashri Man, Associate Professor at Chanakya University. She has been holding position as Principal, Soundarya Law College, Chairperson of Postgraduate and Research Council at Ramaya College of Law. She holds PhD from School of Law, Christ University. 2 months ago, precisely, I met Dr. Rajashri at Soundarya Law College, where another interdisciplinary conference like this, Children's Safety in the Digital World. It was an excellent interdisciplinary event with the stakeholders, forensic experts, lawyers, psychologists, academicians from NGOs sharing their wisdom. It was really a great conference and I have learned a lot in that. So probably I thought we should do something like that. Under her leadership, the event was very well organized and I hope she will find the glimpses of that perfection in our event today. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for being present here. So besides the session, I am thankful to Dr. Prasad, Dr. Murali, Dr. Rajashri for being the jury members, spending hours and hours. I think Murali spent almost a day in going through the papers and giving their comments. Now over to Dr. Santosh Prabhu to take over the session.
Good morning to all the participants here, respected professors, panelists, and Professor Venkat and the team. Welcome to first round of discussion, that is roundtable discussion of Milana 2025. The theme is reimagining construction education, technology, data, and industry-academia collaboration. This session brings together the thought leaders from IIT Madras, Dr. Murali Jagannathan here, and from NICMAR, Hyderabad, Dr. Prasad sir, and from SRM Chennai, Dr. Veluswamy, and alongside Dr. Rajashri, eminent law faculty from Chanakya University, who is going to add vital interdisciplinary perspective for this first round of discussion. Welcome, sirs and madam. Our purpose here today is to explore how data intelligence, industry expectations are reshaping the way we teach, learn and prepare professionals for construction ecosystem. We will discuss 4 interconnected dimensions. First one, the technology integration from AI, BIM to digital twins and simulation-based learning by Dr. Prasad. And second, doctor-driven pedagogy, how analytics shape competence, assessment and decision-making by Dr. Murli. And industry-academia alignment, bridging classroom learning with real project demands by Dr. Velshami. And the fourth, ethical, regulatory and gender inclusion perspective, ensuring responsible, inclusive and legally sound adoption of technology by Dr. Rajeshri. We look forward to a vibrant and forward-looking discussion from all the speakers, all the eminent panelists here, who is going to reflect on the spirit of Milana 2025. First, let us invite the first speaker of session, Dr. Prasad, who is going to share his experience as well as insights on the theme technology integration in engineering and construction. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, all of you. So, I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you, Venkat sir, for having me here. So it's been a long association between us for, like he said, last 2 years we have been continuously discussing. But today, this opportunity where we have met and it's a wonderfully organized theme, engineers and lawyers coming together. So coming back to what the question about the technology, right? So today we are seeing projects, unlike over the last probably about 5 to 6 years, the construction industry is undergoing a rapid transformation. More and more larger, mega projects are, kind of conceptualized, thought of, the projects which we could never imagine. Okay, the scale of the projects are really, going a mega scale of the projects are being thought here in India. So one of the very, very essential, crucial elements which I think is how technology is supporting this rapid transformation. And that's where, when we look at the other side of the story, if you look at the core engineering disciplines, you would all agree, whether it is civil, whether it is mechanical, whether it is electrical, the number of enrollments have dipped over last, probably 5 to 10 years. And today, institutes which used to run, let's say, premier institutes, we take NITs or IITs or, the best of the institutes in India, which used to run probably about 3 to 4 batches of the one single program, today they are left with one single classroom. And many of the institutes where these, kind of departments are phased out. Okay? But on the other side, this also brings a wonderful opportunity for all of us as to how we, not take away these disciplines completely, but to integrate these newer and emerging technologies into the existing framework as to how we integrate these technologies into our curricula, pedagogy. Okay, and that's where when we look at an institute which probably if you look at from where I come, NICMAR, annually about 2,500 students pass out only in construction management related stream. Okay, and we are into largely only PG spectrum. We are not into UG spectrum. Only PG students who have passed out civil, electrical, mechanical, then they move on to pursue construction management, right? So when you look at that, one of the very essential part is how do we integrate, artificial intelligence. We talk about BIM, okay? How are we going to bring in BIM into the framework where our students are focusing more on understanding the data, not just collecting the data. How do we use the data for predictive analysis, whether it is schedule analysis, risk analysis, understanding the clash detection. Okay, all of this is becoming a very essential part of it. So apart from this, we are also looking at integrating technologies like augmented reality, virtual reality. So that is where the students are exposed to look at developing, going beyond BIM, looking at how do we see a project even before it becomes a reality, right? So it gives us a first perspective of when the site engineers or the projects go to the field, all of the participants, the stakeholders of the project will come to know what is that we are actually building. So before I build, the participants know what is happening, what are we supposed to build, right? So that way, this technology is helping, minimize disruptions on the field when we are into the execution. Okay, so that's where we are, ensuring that our students are also exposed to these kind of technologies. Apart from this, we are also looking at drones, IoT. Okay, these are where we are ensuring that students are able to get immersive lab experience, simulation. Okay, so through which they are able to kind of replicate site situations. And this is a wonderful combination of where engineers and the students from law can come together. For example, technology like BIM can help from an engineering perspective. It can help students understand what is the reality, what is the ground conditions, what difficulties it might face. But on the other side, the same technologies can also be used by law, because we are looking at amalgamation here.
This is the exact question.
Yeah. So when we look at law students can use technologies like BIM to understand the discrepancies from the contract, the technical specifications, the limits, okay, RFIs, okay. So all of these could be understood well in advance and inform the site teams that this could be mitigated to ensure that the
technology lab that you have, how it can be commonly being shared by law students as well as engineering students.
Yes, so that's where when we come to technologies like augmented reality or virtual reality, from an engineering perspective, yes, the students can look at the technicality of the project. Okay, so where they look at the contract requirements, the physical scope of the project. But from a perspective of a law student can use the same models or a BIM or augmented reality to look at probably the contractual compliances, RFIs. Then they can look at the deviations, right? And that will also help them understand from the perspective of how change orders can be minimized over the period of the project. Okay. So that's what I wanted to.
Exactly. Yes. So one more question on behalf of the participants here.
Yeah.
Have you experienced with the simulation-based teaching for project management, especially delay analysis and risk forecasting, sir?
Yes. Okay. So when we look at simulation, okay, so which is one of a very, very important part, and classroom teaching doesn't really give that immersive experience. That's where we need these kind of simulation experiences, and that's where in all our labs, okay, when I mentioned the BIM, we look at taking about model, looking at building in many clashes, because the projects are interdisciplinary in nature. So we look at electrical, civil, mechanical layouts coming into a single model, and the students will be exposed to how they will be able to resolve clash detection. Okay? That's one aspect. Second thing is we are using Monte Carlo based simulations for risk analysis. Okay, so like you said, the same model can also help me from a contractual perspective. Law students can use the same for delay analysis, predicting future delays, and it can also serve as a means when you are looking at extension of time claims and retrospectively, prospectively, we can use these simulation based approaches. Apart from this, one of a very point which Venkat sir mentioned about lean construction. So we are having dedicated labs where we are doing this simulation, where all the project participants, students will be put up as participants. One will be a contractor, one will be a subcontractor, one will be a client. So they will be working on a project on a real-time basis, and they will, the prompter, the teacher or one who is teaching faculty will create situations where some site constraints are put, and the students will be exposed to resolve that constraints. Okay, and that's where students are exposed to these digital technology as well as project environments to ensure that the disputes and clashes are minimized.
Right. Sir, it's being said man is basically risk averse. So how the proactive steps on the part of all the stakeholders involved in this teaching, learning and other exercise involved here. So how you are going to address that issue, and what would be the suggestions that you would like to add?
When we look at from the perspective of teaching, for teachers it's a big challenge, let's admit that. Okay, because let's say if you look at probably about 5 to 6 years ago, I would have asked a student to give an assignment, okay, and come up with something. Okay. Today it's, the assignment is no longer an assignment because he gets the answer in 2 minutes, right? So and that's where the teachers also have to evolve. Okay, we very well have to design assessment or any structured evaluation that we have to do. We have to ensure we already know that AI is part of it, right? So when we design assessments, we already have to factor that the students may be exposed to these technologies, and we have to build the assessments around it. The other part is, gone are the days, probably yes, library is something that we used to cherish, right? So after the classes, our teachers would say, this is the reference book. You would find rest of the problems or cases there. Okay, today if I look around the library, very few people would be there in the library apart from the library, right? But it's a fact, okay, so one must admit that, and that's where when it comes to the question which you are asked, when you are looking at teaching perspective, the pedagogy has to undergo a significant transformation, and this is where when you say proactively, obviously there is no question that technology is a part of our day-to-day lives, even in terms of teaching. So the question is, how do we integrate seamlessly across all parameters? So that's where the first question which you asked is from a perspective of integrating whether AI, BIM, or integrating into the pedagogy. Second thing aspect is said, probably I think that Dr. Murli would speak more on that. So how do we ensure that data analytics is part, and where students are not just exposed to look at numbers, they have to collect the data, interpret the data, analyze the data, and through the data, they must be able to make sound decisions, right? So the third part is probably what Sir would talk on. So when we look at the projects today, let's say industry in terms of India today, if we talk about technology or technology adoption, still construction industry is largely fragmented in nature, right? So probably if you look at India, probably maybe about 5 to 10 top players would be in that scale, which they set apart from the rest of the contractors or development agencies. So we have to look at the holistic picture. Okay, while there is a disruption, but disruption has to be smooth enough, right? So we cannot turn the pages overnight. So it is a gradual phase that is in place. So we have to ensure that our students are able to get these things and they are industry ready. That's the third part. So, and finally, of course, it's like you said, how are we making our classroom immersive learning, and the pedagogy undergoes revisions periodically based on what industry wants. So I think that's the point.
Yes, sir. Last quick question.
Please, sir.
Out of curiosity, you mentioned about the BIM.
Yes.
I think majority of the audience here, even students are also joined. So can you just give more details about that BIM or BIM?
See, when we say building information modeling, okay, so people, I think, I would say, people are, exposed to earlier in the good old days, you all used to have, AutoCAD drawings or 2D drawings, okay? But when from 2D, we have moved to 3D, but BIM doesn't just stop at 3D alone, okay? So it says it's a 3D intelligent model or process which tells you the entire geometry of the project in one single go. It tells you the realistic picture of the project, and it's, when we look at BIM doesn't stop, many people really believe when we say BIM, they stop at 3D, right? So that's I would say misinformation people have. When we say BIM, people would really, stop at a software like Revit. They say Revit is equal to BIM. No. So BIM moves beyond, when we say building information modeling, the other concept is, when we say building, they look at only building projects. No. So when we say building information modeling, it is a process which really integrates all the information of the project in a real-time basis, and it keeps continuously updated. Okay, when we talk about a project, the important dimensions of the project are time, cost, and obviously when we are talking here sustainability, right? So BIM integrates all these dimensions. Okay, so it helps you give a realistic picture of the project, real-time information on the schedule of the project, which means progress, and of course it can give you the information of the cost of the project in one book, right? So, and that is where it has revolutionized, the information, and because information is available to everybody, all stakeholders at one place.
Yes, thank you. Quickly, we'll move on to the next topic by Dr. Murli, data-driven pedagogy, analytics-enabled learning. I think wherever we go in discipline today, analytics is becoming, very popular term now. It's a part of, the teaching learning exercise today. Sir, over to you, sir.
Yeah. So when we were talking about this, I was just thinking about this course on 4-year BTech data analysis course. So yeah, so couple of days ago when I was in my office, a student walked up to my cabin and he showed me a video. He just took this video and he was telling me that, sir, this is a video on contract management. I teach contract management in the class. And they said, sir, please see this video and tell me if this video is okay and I can use this for my preparation. Because exams, just 1 week before exams, people get activated, right? So they come to the office and they said, sir, is this okay to look at this video and prepare for the exam? So I happened to play the video. It was about 20-25 minutes video. I just trying to run the video. And I was surprised to see that many things that are told in that video, it was an AI generated video. And many things that were told in the video was very similar to what I have told in class. The stories, the cases, the examples. Then I said, from where did you get this video? He said, sir, I made this video. So how did you make this video? Kuch nahi, sir, I have just taken the handwritten notes from one of the students. Some sincere students will be there in class now who take notes, very sincere notes. I took the notes of that student, I uploaded it to something called Google Notebook, Google LM, and told Google LM that prepare a video for me for 20 minutes. In 5 minutes, it prepared a video for 20 minutes. And this video captures all what you have discussed in this. Sir, if you want for 1 hour also, I can prepare and give you, sir. Your own notes. Right? Also, I was surprised. So, when he said, sir, if you're okay and approving this, then I will circulate this to all my friends. It will be easy, sir, rather than reading every page. This video will give summary in 20 minutes of what you teach. So then I was just thinking that maybe I'm not required from next class, next year onwards, that video will be enough to circulate and go on. So as Bapu was saying, unless we innovate and embrace AI in the right way, I don't think we will be able to sustain this kind of AI revolution that's happening. And somewhere I'm afraid that what if we lose track of what is going on, right? So, and one of my colleague was also saying that as we go ahead in this AI world, the more and more we go deeper into AI world, somewhere we are losing domain experts, right? So we are becoming so much dependent on the artificial intelligence that we are no more now trusting our natural intelligence, right? And when there is no natural intelligence, there is no data being generated, and when all these AI models, now what we call AI models are generated on human information. When now human information is not going to be there, it's only AI that's going to be there, then where is AI going to be trained? Right? So these are all some problems that are coming up. So coming back to the question that you asked, here at IIT Madras, that is the course that I teach on construction contract management, I still focus on the basic skills as a contract manager that is required. I think that is indispensable, and if we lose that identity as domain experts, and I think we are nowhere. Even now, there are some students from artificial intelligence or some faculty from artificial intelligence reach out to us because they want a validation of what they have done, right? And they won't reach out to us if we are not domain experts. So first thing is that in all our curriculum, domain is being focused. So when I say contract risk analysis, I teach them a manual way of reading the contract, line by line, word by word, letter by letter, look at the comma, look at the full stop, go download a case law, simplify the case law, connect the case law, extend the case law, similar situation, if I change the variables, what is going to happen? This is something that is being done for many years and it's still being done. There is no alternative to this, and this has to be done. But at the same time, if I don't use the word at least once called AI in my class, students don't like me. So कुछ तो AI के बारे में बोलना पड़ेगा class में, so you have to tell. And also if BTech students walk into my office, because they are supposed to do something called a BTech project, capstone project. Yes. So when they come to the office, I tell them, why don't you read this, doctor? Reading and all, no sir. You tell me something on AI. I will do. I'm very good in Python programming. I know machine learning. I know natural language processing. If no, can you go to the site and sir, no site and all. Give me something on AI. So at the same time, I cannot forget this AI component and I have to bring in this AI component into the class. And that's where, as Dr. Prasad was saying, that I bring in AI for doing assignments. Before they use AI, I tell you use AI. So that I don't feel the guilt of seeing assignments which are having AI content in them. But only difference what I do here is that, suppose let's take for example, we want to do something called tender appreciation document. Right? You have a tender and the top management wants to understand very quickly as to what is the tender all about, maybe in one page or a summary document of the tender. So in the class I teach them how to do that manually. So they do that. The assignment is use various LLMs, large language models, GPT tools or Gemini or Gemma or whatever it is, DeepSeek, and generate a similar summary. And start writing prompts in such a way that till you get the same summary that you did manually, you keep writing prompts. So they have to write something as a prompt, they get an output, they read an output, they compare with what they have done manually, they find this is not matching, they will see what can be done so that I can teach the large language model so that it can generate or mimic what I am trying to do. Finally, they come to me and say, sir, tried a lot sir, it is not exactly matching what I have done manually. I said, that is the limitation of artificial intelligence. Right? It is after all artificial intelligence, it is not natural. Right? So you need to know its limits, you need to know its what it can do and what it cannot do. But at the same time also you need to keep in mind that artificial intelligence will never say I don't know. It will hallucinate. It will very confidently bluff. And when you see it, it is so confident that you will feel, okay, maybe I am wrong. But you slightly change the prompt and say, are you correct, are you sure, it will change its answer. Right? So you need to always be domain experts first and then only use all these tools, otherwise I don't think it makes any meaning. So
Disclaimers on what we can go wrong.
Exactly. You are absolutely right. Any LLM, any ChatGPT or any bot, there is this line, AI can go wrong. Right? So this is all the limitations. So I teach these limitations through an exercise which they are supposed to do it hands-on and then they have to verify with what they are doing with artificial intelligence. And diversing these two separately is going to be a big problem. It has to be going hand in hand. That is something that is I focus in my class. Domain, hands-on, assignments are based on using artificial intelligence. That's the model that I follow in my classroom.
Sir, very important question here. Are we assessing students based on outcome aligned with the industry benchmarks today?
A very interesting question. Okay, although I say that when I say artificial intelligence, the students have a lot of interest in artificial intelligence. Okay, many of you here are faculty members. I hope you all will resonate what I'm trying to say, and there are many industry people also here. We people in faculty, I was earlier in the industry also, like Prasad. At the offices, in the college, we have a lot of time to do research, but we don't have data. In the industry, you don't have time to do research, but you have a lot of data. Right? Unless these two come together, no advancement is going to happen in terms of research, especially in a field like construction law and arbitration or construction management. Without industry, nothing can be done in academia. Right? So, we at IIT Madras fully involve industry into our curriculum because we have something called Build India Scholarship Program, BIS program, which is running along with Larsen & Toubro Limited for the past 27-28 years. And here, what happens is the key feature of this is L&T is involved with us in drafting the syllabus, in making the syllabus, in assessing the student, in assessing the progress, and also the best part is that the final year projects are defined by L&T in collaboration with IIT Madras. Because sometimes what happens is if we allow the industry to define the project, the academic element in that may be lost. Because ultimately what industry wants is a solution to the problem, but in academics we look at the journey also. Right? So we both come up with a kind of projects, and once these projects are made, a lot of emphasis is put on joint guidance by industry as well as academia. So every student will have two guides. Sometimes it's a pressure on the student, because on one side the industry guide will be saying result nahi aa raha yaar kya. On the other side I will be saying result ko chodo, tum kya batao. Right? So that's the problem. So they get slightly stressed up, but it's interesting at the end of the day come up with something which is both academically interesting and useful to the industry. And this industry validation is something that is inevitable in all our programs because they are a part of our curriculum development exercise as well as the project evaluation. Industry is very much a part of it. In addition to that, we do a lot of, like NICMAR, we do a lot of management development programs wherein we involve industry into, we interact with industry for teaching. And that is the time when some of our students also get involved, because the students at IITs are supposed to do something called teaching assistantship, TAship. They get scholarship from the government, so they need to work for the scholarship. So as a part of this TAship, they are made to attend these programs, and when they attend these programs, they get a contact of industry people, and that's something that helps them. So we have a constant two-way validation from both academia and industry, and that is something that's very important, at least in fields like construction management.
I think you agree with me. If you see the academia, the frequent, the word which is very popularly flowing in the floor is outcome-based learning, outcome-based learning. Including all the stakeholders, even assessment agencies, including MAHE, NBA, and including all other regulators, they are very particular about this outcome-based education. Sir, since you were in industry and today you are in academia, can you just address this issue? What are the challenges in the academia we are facing today to address this outcome-based education? It is very easy to claim that outcomes-based education, but how difficult it would be to implement?
So when you ask this question, what comes to my mind is the recent exam that I gave to my students. See, as I told you that I teach the subject on contracts and claims management. One thing that at least faculty here in my department in civil engineering, and specifically in my division called Building Technology and Construction Materials and Management, when we set any question papers to the students, it is not a theory question paper, it's something like, it's all application-based question papers. Like for example, in the recent exam that I had for my students, there are 6 questions, 6 scenarios, and one case that they have to read, and they have to answer some questions. It's all case-based, scenario-based. So they need to read the case, they should get a clue of how to solve this from some concepts that they learned in the class, and they will have to apply this and solve the problem. So that's how the entire curriculum is built. Now if I have to enable students to do this, then I have to train them also like that. So if I have to train them, I need to use a lot of cases in my class, right, case studies. So this is where I come up with some, because we have this collaboration with the industry, we get some good cases, some ideas, and we take that into consideration. But there are 2 problems here. Number one, most of the academicians here would agree with me that how many cases can I generate?
Yeah.
Right? So, and moreover, I cannot give one single test to all students in the class and say that expect them not to discuss with each other and they are trying to solve the problem, right? So what we do is we make them into groups and we give multiple cases. So I can give 10 cases to the class. Now, as colleges like NIMAR, you have 102 students in a class, so you can't keep generating cases. Fine, let's say the industry supports you, but how long, right? So essentially what I'm trying to say here is that getting these cases becomes difficult, and that's where we need support from the industry so that we get a constant supply of these cases. Now let us for time being think that this problem is solved, and I get cases also. Now I have 15 minutes class at IIT Madras, 15 minutes, 50. So in this 15 minutes, I expect to discuss cases in the class. For that, I expect students to read the cases and come.
Okay.
Never it happens, right? Except 1 or 2 students in the class who are those first benchers, very sincere. They read and come, and I cannot orient my entire class for those students in the class. I have to ensure that other students also read. So then first year when I taught at IIT Madras, I thought this asking them to read and come is not going to help. So instead what I did was I made this reading part a part of their assignment, wherein I said, okay, there's a group of 4 students, I give them a case. Now you work on the case, solve the case. Once you solve a case, create a video of that case. Putting yourselves into some role plays. So if all 5 of us are there, one would be client, one would be contractor, and the case would be narrated, and this would be made as a video, and it would be presented in the class. And trust me, sir, this has worked out. Because if I just give them a case, ask them to read and come, they will definitely forget it. But when I ask them to prepare a case, they generally associate the story. Like say, for example, when I talk about the rule of contra preferentum in the class, the same rule of contra preferentum is made in the form of a story, and ultimately you need to apply this rule to solve the problem. Now, after this particular video, one group of students did, in fact they call the group as contra preferentum group.
Okay.
So the moment they get some story, they want to solve some case, they immediately remember the characters of that role play, and they are able to cut it and they are able to solve. So this is something that is helping us to make them the outcome-based education, that is apply the concepts rather than simply memorizing the concepts and reproducing it in the exams.
And the last probably question, how our law students or law aspirants in master level or research level, especially in the construction law and
Right.
related areas,
Right.
how they can get involved in this, your labs that you have, especially construction labs and
Right.
various other labs in your IIT.
Right.
So in what way they can, make use of your infrastructure and resources
Right.
for their benefit?
So I think this is a very, very pertinent question that Venkat sir keeps saying. When we were at Germany, he was talking a lot about how this BIM, the concept of BIM, needs involvement of both engineers as well as lawyers, right? So without which BIM is not something that can take off without problems, right? So yes, I see a lot of possibility of potential collaborations. Like we do this group projects. Why don't we think of involving law students also as a part of this group projects? Let's say there's a project that I define. 2 students are from engineering background, 2 students are from the law background. Let them sit, let them discuss. Of course, there will be a lot of issues in terms of thinking. How engineers think and how lawyers think are very difficult, and I think that's a role of, as faculty, we need to bridge this role. This is something that can be done. These assignments and these role play exercises, what I do, is something I feel that there could be an element of the law students also being a part of it as a starting point. And of course, as Dr. Prasad was saying, BIM can be something that can be an interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary area where lawyers can get involved. Yes, starting point could be that how do we bring these students together?
Yeah.
I think if the students talk, the demand will be there,
Yes.
and we have to supply. There's no other option. Right, so that's something that I have in mind. So yeah, so any collaborations, please, something can be worked out, we can do.
So quite interesting, sir.
Thank you,
The
sir.
discussion and the various suggestions that you have put it across, quite interesting. So we will quickly move on to the third topic, Industry Academy Alignment for Skill-Ready Graduates by Dr. Swami, sir. So to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me, Dr. Venkat, my dear friend. And it's my pleasure to be associated with this great institute. And their theme is that team working engineers and lawyers. So many, like Janardhan Professor has said that without AI, so many transformation, overnight things are happening without it. Even if the lawyers, all you are lawyers and you are now arbitration specialist, construction lawyer you are going to become. So if you give something case, gone are the days the lawyer or the junior lawyer, they will prepare, fold it, and it is written, gone are days. So if you put all these things, this is the case for my client, and you give the solution, it gives all the, but like Jagannath sir was saying, it may bluntly sometimes, but it gives the answer. So it made the life of the lawyer easy. Then you verify, you have, this is showing this answer, whether it's right or not. Instead of, I have seen lawyers from this end to that end, from this side to that side, they have put one ladder, so many books. So now gone are the days, word is in this hand only, in the mobile. So how to utilize this, like you are, what it is saying, what our theoretical, base, and what it's saying, it should match. So that art we have learned. All the faculty over here, I am a learner. Till my last breath, I have to learn. I came here for learning only, not for just giving. So this is the way we have to move, sir. Basically, as you are aware, University Grant Commission in 2021 onwards, they have mandated universities to appoint professor of practice. So I have served in industries for 40 years. I started my career in a project with ONGC for about 4 years. Then I moved to IDBI. I was served in IDBI's AGM, IDBI Industrial Development Bank of India, not IDBI Bank. So I worked with Melavitil Damodar, and I will give a few transformation we are talking of today. That has to be incorporated in today, whatever the legal things which is happening. So that I will also brief in that sense. So, and after that I worked for REC Limited, a financial institution in Maharashtra, Ministry of Power, coming under the Ministry of Power. I have funded close to created asset to the tune of 75,000 crore across country. So we have funded power and infrastructure projects. I have worked in 14 states out of 17 years. I worked as a state head for 8 states. So this is where, to bring the industry people into the academia,
the mandate has come from UGC. Those who have 20 years experience, minimum 15 years experience only become POP. So they will be part and parcel of, right from creating all your curriculum, your syllabus, and also designing courses, and also, what is missing from theory and practical. Bridging the theory and practical is there. I worked, but wherever I am there, I was attached with the academic. So when I was in IDBA, we have in Hyderabad, we have IDBA training college. At those days, it is called Jawaharlal Nehru for Development Banking, and I was associated with that. I was coming, I used to train. And we have REC, Institute of REC IPMT, REC Institute for Power Management in Hyderabad. And TNEB, we have training center. I worked in TNEB right for the project. From the scratch, we have constructed metro thermal power station, 840. So I worked across country. In IDBI, none of the industry was not funded. So there were only 3 financial institutions earlier. Now it become, they are unviable because of the, all financial institutions which are funding the industries, they are not exposed to low cost fund. We call it as CASA, that is current accounts, which gives 0% interest. Yes. When we put our money, and savings bank account will be 2.5. This is they do not have access. They access from the market, which is 8%, 9%, and if they give it to, offer it to the industry will not survey, and it will become NPA, and again it will come to you, arbitration, so many things, NPA, legal cases. So these things, it become, also your government side, you convert into universal bank. So when they become bank, everybody is doing every business. So that kind of activities are going on. So basically, whenever theory meets the expectation of the practical, just theory is theory, practical problem. Unless my problem, so many problems are, there is countless problems are there. Industry, so we need leaders to solve those problems. So the academic institutes, including all institutes, including SRM, so we have, the role, our roles are changing. From the normal, traditional role of teaching theory, you solve the problem, develop the leaders. So what the industry needs, how to solve the problem. Problems are day in, day out problems. The problems, there is countless problems are there. So to bridge a gap, are ready, if not bridging the gap, at least narrow down the gap. The government University Grant Commission has come up. So one typical example I would like to add here. When I was working with, because I know you are aware, Melavitil Damodaran sir, he retired as SEBI chairman before retirement, and before that he was chairmanship, he took the chairmanship of IDBA. So at that point of time there was 13 layers. It was from management trainee, assistant manager, then deputy manager, senior manager, AGM, DGM, GM, senior GM, it goes DMD, then CMD. Then he find the notes are going to reach him, it took about a month. Sir, it has gone for financial concurrence, sir, because they know the financial concurrence of this 5,000 crore project, because if there is anything goes wrong, the officer who initiated will be put into jail or he has to lose the job. Then he realized, he found first 2 things he has done. I worked directly with him, 2 things. No petty, let that layer begin petty. I don't want to get, if you bring down the layer, if you bring the number up, they will shut down the IDBA. So he kept the layer like that. He has 3-line order, not even 3-line, 2-line order he has issued. From tomorrow onwards, if any decision is to be approved by the approving authority, only 2% lower than the authority has to initiate the note. So most of the items goes for industry project to chairman. So chairman has to approve, then next layer is DMD. And next down the layer is chief general manager. So all the note has to, chief general manager has to generate down the line, and there is no cross communication here. I have sent to legal concurrence, I have sent to financial concurrence. This inordinate delay has drastically reduced. So this is the first thing. Second thing is that because the metrics organization we are backing up. Just any practical to bring down the gap. Whatever we are learning in theory, and it should meet their requirement. So for that, one person maybe in the expertise in technical, one person maybe in arbitration. My friend he has gone in arbitration laws. He has presented so many papers. So I am learning from him.
Yes.
So like that, I have a practical experience in implementing project. More hurdles, how the delay comes, how the various claims comes. Inordinate delay comes when there is a time overrun, obviously cost overrun, and they will try to how to get this money back, the legal battle. So
Yes.
these are all the things.
Sorry, taking cue from your the discussion
yeah.
and deliberation, exactly what comes to my mind is nothing but the cooperative teaching.
Yeah.
How feasible it is, sir, involving law students, law professors, engineering students, engineering professors, in this collaborative learning, how feasible it would be for
Definitely, sir, definitely.
to address especially the skill, gaps that we come across, especially the young graduates today.
Yeah. Collaborative learning is needed. Now basically, for that itself, the government has formed 58 skill council they have created. And now all these skill councils are coming to the colleges. So we have to have a tie-up with the skill council, number one. Number two, we can like this conference, like Prasad has told that we have to work in a model. So where I was just telling the incident. So he found one group, Nelavitil Damodaran sir, any one that group, each group will have one lawyer, that is legal graduate, one finance graduate, one technical graduate. You form this team, not a single person, not assistant manager, then go to manager. This team prepare, because all three experts sitting together, like you have deliberated, Jagannathan sir was mentioning when he has given a theory, he is not reading. When given a job, united together. So all three signs, all experts are together sitting across, wherever they are sitting, all they are signing in single line. So learning and also application, because 5,000, 10,000 crore project, whatever the project which we have funded, 30,000 crores, like REC has funded Mumbai, all metro Mumbai project, it is 30,000 crores, single lender. So this is the way, because single lender, so we have segregated so many layers, so many forums. So like that legal team as well as legal team will be there, but one person will be deputed for that particular project. One person legal, one person finance, one person engineer. So these form big project, appraisal, they will do all kind of appraisal, right from technical appraisal. So whatever, immediately he will share his technical expertise, I will share his whatever the legal expertise, another in finance. So like that, in legal, so many model, because when we are studying in our college, we know only the per CPM, whatever we have per CPM. But what is happening now? The building model BIM is there. So many models are there. Tools we know, but I do not know how to operate the tool. So even if I ask my ChatGPT, Gemini, so many are there. You please make a presentation. Moment it will give a nice presentation. But I will fine tune that presentation based on my whatever the knowledge. It should meet the requirement. My students or the industry are to solve the problem. In that way, basically case studies, modeling, we can work together in a form, in a small team. Whatever the team which we are forming, it should come. That is one. Number two, we can at least today, in today's scenario, all are expected to know, I am a mechanical engineer, sir, I know only this. No interest, be a jobless. And AI is going to take away all the jobs, including lawyers. Lawyers are the more prone. And not only all academics, almost. So if things are going, so many even which we have seen 10% reduction of job in so many IT sector. So this is going to happen. But definitely it creates a job. But how to utilize that? How to, whatever the applications it is being developed, whatever the technology is doing, we should be aware of that, and working together definitely gives a better result and better solution for whatever the problem. So we are working to develop the leaders socially sensible leaders so that they will become industry ready and solve the problems of industry, society and the country, even the world problem here. Sustainability is the, see, Paris Agreement 2015 we have signed. India is also part of the Paris Agreement we have signed. We will achieve by 2017 net zero. Net zero is whatever the carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide which we are releasing from various industries and other sources, it should get absorbed. This way, to get it done, there are only two ways. One way is that you have to reduce. Another way is you have to plant more trees, photosynthesis, carbon dioxide will get converted into oxygen. So we are killing trees, cutting trees, and we are going ulta. That is not happening, but things are on the way. When UN made this agreement, so many countries they have signed. Every year COP, Conference of Parties, all countries they are meeting, and there was an agreement. In 2030, the Brazil agreement, which we I am exiting, and I have one year, same years 2015, they have signed this agreement, and this president I am going, no, I am using my own fuel. Then what is the world is banning? Everybody is banning the brunt of all these pollution. Nothing has been left out. So much problems are there with the pollution. The country's problem. So many, even 5-6 countries, they have not even a single drop of water. There was no rainfall. So much flood. So international countries, they are not cooperating because of their own benefit. I am seeing my own benefit. How could you go?
Sir, thank you so much, sir, for your great experience, because if you start sharing the experience, you will be immersed in that, and you go on deliberating, because this is a clear example of the multidisciplinary approach. A law teacher teaching law subject, management teacher teaching management subject, a person hailing from industry and coming for the academia, and how you are classic example for interdisciplinary approach. Thank you, sir, for the very informative and very experience that you have shared. Let us quickly move on to the next speaker here. Ethical, regulatory and gender inclusion dimension of tech-driven education, madam, is the very real issue or the concern that is flowing in the academics as well as in the entire field. So, madam, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I think I'm so much used to being around engineers at home. I think this is my first time that my panelists and the audience comprises of a lot of engineers. So I think I need to speak a lot sensibly here. And also, as my co-panelists do agree, I think it's more of a very interdisciplinarity that we are looking at here, because lawyers are absolutely dependent on technology, and of course, in technological interventions also you do need the requirement of that of a lawyer. So I think this is more of a very two-way perspective that we need to look at. And I think coming back to the question that Dr. Santosh Prabhu has to say, it's a very wide component that we are looking at here, and it also requires multi-stakeholder interventions, especially at this point of view. I think Indian academic segment has been adopting especially the use of technology and technological interventions. Post-COVID is what we see. But what we saw was also in developmental mode, at least a couple of years ago. And I also agree when my co-panelist did mention that we are right now in disruption mode. So, and also as my co-panelist Jagannath sir also did mention, that we need to be domain experts especially. So we have to look at it from all those components when we are addressing these issues. Nonetheless, having said that, Indian academic segment has been able to cater to a wide audience, because we're very diverse that way: rural, urban, semi-urban, peri-urban, and so on and so forth. So that also requires that for us to bridge that sort of the digital divide that we specifically have, because there's affordability issue, and then connectivity issues, and so on and so forth. So I think from there's a lot of data that is specifically generated in an academic segment, and that requires a lot of regulation as well, and that also does give rise to a lot of ethical concerns, because we are collecting data of not just any individual, but of students who are less than 18 years of age. So that means to say they are vulnerable. So we are collecting a lot of information pertaining to biometrics. We are collecting information pertaining to how a student is essentially performing, good, bad. So there's some sort of gradation that we are doing, right? Then we are talking about demographies, different demographies that they come from, or the different categories that they basically come from. Now, when we are adopting these AI tools and technologies, that is bound to cause some sort of disruptions. Because if it starts telling that a person from, let's say, this particular demographic is scoring less, then that can lead to marginalization. That can lead to exclusion of that particular student. So the idea of technology is to integrate and involve everybody and take them along and not to isolate them. So I think that's where the challenge is. So I think there's a lot of responsibility that's there, especially on the edtech companies who design such kind of software. And the educational institutions also need to be specifically aware when we are adopting these technologies. And I think it's important that the faculty members also need to specifically be trained to have an inclusive approach when we are dealing with this data, right? And also some sort of model to be adopted into the curriculum will be able to resolve this problem to a certain extent, is what I think. So I think there's a lot of ethical dilemma that comes in here. Another ethical component that we are looking at here is also in terms of using plagiarism tools that is used here. Now, again, we need to be domain experts because it has its own set of limitations and own set of challenges. That is something which we will have to adapt and also integrate well within, because there's some amount of training also that is required for the faculty members in the form of capacity building programs. And also we have to believe in the component of informed consent as well. How this specific data is specifically being used, not just from the student perspective, but also from the faculty perspective, and also from the parent perspective, how this particular data is going to be used. So technology we need to integrate absolutely well within an academic setup, but we also have to see how we can bring in a lot of regulatory frameworks to ensure that this data is ethically used. So that's something which we need to essentially focus on.
Maybe 10 years ago we were talking very high about intellectual property rights. Today we are talking about AI, generatives and related issues. Of course, you have mentioned about certain strategic ways in which we can deal and we can train, sensitize, all these things. Of course, it is possible. What I'm thinking is, why can't we have the policy in place? At least, if not the national or the notified policy from the stakeholders or the regulators, why can't we have in-house policies for regulation voluntarily? Is it feasible, madam?
Absolutely, absolutely. So if we have to really talk about from a policy perspective or from the legal interventions perspective, it is very, very fragmented, if I have to say. In the sense, for example, the NEP talks about integrating artificial intelligence into the learning curriculum. But there is no framework as such which says how do you bring in these ethical regulatory compliances well within the fold of T3. Or if you look at DPDP Act also, the Data Protection Act, also to a certain extent does talk about bringing in these ethic firms. And then how you can basically regulate them as well. Especially from, or maybe to a certain extent, we may also find some references or mentioning to be found under the Information Technology Act. But if you look at it from in-house perspective, we need to, let's say, maybe taking cue from what you said, we could have some sort of a regulatory body which can specifically regulate the use of artificial intelligence and ethical consideration well within an academic setup. Now that we have the bill, the cabinet has passed a bill for bringing in all these AICTs and UGCs and all of that into the higher education segment. So if we could have a regulatory body which can lay down specific guidelines in terms of how an education institution should adapt, process this data, use this data, is something which we need to look at. And also, we need to have a committee or a panel which needs to be there, especially within the higher education segment or within an educational setup, to review what sort of technology is that we are using within an educational setup. So in-house is also something which we can look at, but from the policy perspective, it is very fragmented right now.
Yes.
So it does require legal interventions currently at the moment.
Madam, what we could infer from the field is that we have been, teaching research methodology for all disciplines, be it engineering, management, law. Now the tendency among the students or researchers, it is growing very high to bypass all this research methodology by using AI and more reliance on that. And they more obviously and often they go for doctrinal non-empirical method, and they claim because they want to bypass, surpass all the methodology they have undermined. So how to address this issue, madam? Because this is a real concern that all of us we are facing in the academia, be it teachers, researchers or the students. We know that it is not ethical, but still we are prone to that.
So I think one is we need to really look at this a humongous task, especially on the Research Ethics Advisory Committee, taking informed consent and also telling students and guiding students exactly what needs to be done. So of course technology interventions are there, and if you look at the PhD theses that are coming out right now, it's more like a product or a commodity.
Yes.
So you tell them this is what we want you to do, and then there's a ready-made product which comes to you. But what is the value or the addition that it is doing to the community, then that's something which we really need to look at. Look at the number of theses which are being put up on Shod Ganga. That is a very indication of the fact of the quality of the thesis which is coming. So there's no research methodology that is being followed. Even if there is research methodology that is being followed, it's largely doctrinal, and in the doctrinal method, the content analysis is not there. See, tools, technology, all of us need to use and integrate, especially when we are doing a thesis or when we are doing a dissertation. That is an inalienable part. We need to integrate, but there is some amount of responsibility on the educational institutions to train the students in terms of how you need to ethically write a dissertation and what is the value contribution that you're doing to the society. So I think that way as teachers we have an important role to play in driving this. So of course, as you said that when everything is generated, everything is ready-made. So I think we need to really look beyond that and then help students. There's some sort of human touch is required here. Human intervention is definitely needed. Artificial intelligence, as my co-panelist said, it has a set of limitations. We need to limit there and see to what extent we are going to integrate that well within our existing working space.
Madam, to align with the theme that we have for the discussion for this, the question would be, the women participation across all the sector is very common today. So, can you just put it across the scenario that we are looking at? How women that is getting into the construction and these type of sectors today. So, what are the challenges they may be facing there, and what are the issues that could be addressed?
I think it's more of a gender-related issue.
Yes.
In terms of social, I would rather say it's more of a social and cultural context construct that we are basically looking at. The very fact that I've been able to sit here and able to engage in a conversation with all of you all is for the very simple reason that technology has made my life much more easier and very simple, right? But at the same time, I think the participation of women in various areas is something which is very, very minimal, and especially in STEM. And I think especially construction industry as well, in terms of the challenges of being on the site and then long hours that are required, especially for women to be there. And then of course you have other roles and responsibilities to play. So therefore, balancing that gender role is in itself a little challenging for women. And I think even when I started off into this profession, I was in the industry wherein I was practicing civil matters, land-related matters. And of course, we had a lot of clients coming in only by 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. because, these builders would be free only then. And then, they would come with these huge, documents in front of us, and then, I would have my senior turning the AC, the cooler right into my face so that I don't sleep. And then, I come back home, and then, there are so many other challenges that a woman, necessarily have to face. So I think it's more of a, that sort of a social construct that we have. And I think this is not a challenge just especially in one particular area or segment. I think this is largely, pervasive across different areas and spaces that we are looking at. But I think with a lot of exposure to technology and a lot of mentorship that is being made available to women, accessibility, especially via technology, that has increased. has enabled more women participation. Now we see a lot of women participating and actively taking part. Safety was a major concern before. I think that is also something which the technology has taken care of right now. From the time that you leave your home and then you're on site, and even when you're on site, you're able to look at what is actually happening at home thanks to technology. So I think technology has actually made the lives of women much more easier and simpler. And I think these sort of biases will continue to exist until and unless we don't really break that sort of mindset barriers, and we are able to cross the threshold and able to come out and actively participate. So I think this is something which is going to stay for some more time in the coming days. But I think we see that more and more women are absolutely participating. If you look at, it was only the educational segment that we found a lot of women, being concentrated in. But I think that is also something which is breaking. And it's not an emotional appeal, to be honest, because, we're not looking at women because we want to have some sort of balance. Now, women are also able to equally contribute to cutting edge technologies. They're able to really ensure that an organization is able to contribute effectively to an organization. So I think there needs to be, some sort of support that needs to come, especially more from a very, the family perspective, and also technology. And industries also are at the same time helping women by providing a lot of facilities for them to be able to, break this sort of barriers and able to contribute meaningfully to the society.
Okay. Thank you, the panelists. So as I understand, from the entire deliberations and the ideas that you put it across and the various suggestions that you put it across here, what I could gather is that we were trying to, understand how we can modernize construction education for industry need. So how to prepare our students for industry requirement. This is the entire discussion that we had from different dimensions from entire 1 hour. We spoke about the technology. What comes to my mind is that, so are we using technology and the data, or are we allowing data and technology to use us and our data? Is a real concern that we have. I think that is a issue that we seriously discussed here, one. Second one, I recall just one of the management guru used to say, in this world nothing is free. Many of us, we believe that what is available on cloud is free, and it is freely available. We depend on that, we rely upon that, and we dump the data, and another person will access the data. So according to him, nothing is free in this world. If anything is free in this world, we are the products. I think it is very true in the data-driven economy or the technology today, what we are facing. Yes, well, it was very interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, various ideas that was flowing in the floor, and it was quite interesting session put together, and wonderful ideas, especially from sir, we could gather that how a rich industry experience will benefit academia. It was, I think Professor Venkatesh is also here with previous interaction which I had. I could gather that. So teaching mere theory and coming from industry and industry expertise and long-standing experience, definitely it will add value to the academia. That is why I think MAHE has got a policy to prefer or hire professors from industry. They call it as a professor of practice. I think UGC has made a policy regarding that. In this connection, once again I thank you all the panelists here, and to conclude, I have to really thank and appreciate MAHE and Professor Dean and all the coordinators, senior professors, and all the participants for making your time here. And of course we consider that we have valued your time by submitting our very insightful suggestions. That is what we claim and we believe. With this, finally I thank MAHE and the entire team, Professor Venkat, and all the coordination and all the support, and for the opportunity. Once again, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. and panelists for sharing your valuable insights. I now request Professor R. Venkat to felicitate our moderator and panelists. Our moderator, Dr. Santosh Prabhu.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Short notice.
Thank you.
And our panelist, Dr. Rajeshri K.
Take care of your back.
Dr. Murali Jagannathan, sir. Professor A. Veluswamy.
Great. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And Dr. Prasad K.
After me. Yeah. In our 40th year reunion, we were only two of us professor of practice.
Oh, great.
Yeah, almost just retirement, get the academic management and law.
Yes.
We now take a short break and please feel free to...
Short break. Come soon, we are behind schedule. Manju sir, you are dressed well. Please come. Come, sir. Yeah, that mic is there, you can speak. No. You don't, you speak. You will be loud and clear.
Engineered to code, aligned to law, an initiative taken by the inaugural batch of construction law and arbitration. I now call upon Mr. Ashish to take over the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are, in the next 7-8 minutes, I'll take yours. We would like to launch a forum. Though our launch will not be as exciting as the new iPhone, but yes, we are here to disrupt. That's what we are planning to do. In the cradle of the various startups and specifically the Bengaluru in general and MAHE in particular, we are here to present an idea to you which is called as CLAFI. And thank you Milana to provide us that time and space to present this. So CLAFI stands for Construction Law and ADR Forum of India. We are here to engineer to code and align with the law. CLAFI is a non-profit forum for advising the construction law and ADR in the techno-legal paradigm in Indian construction industry. We have registered it as a Section 8 company for a non-profit organization, and we are here to strengthen the techno-legal excellence in India's construction sector by the bipartisan approach. And I say bipartisan approach, we need to consider that in India, paradigm which in the techno-legal space, we have the societies and forums, either they are very legal heavy or the technically heavy sides. So herein, which will bring CLAFI to you, which will have brings together engineers, lawyers, project managers and academicians. When we say engineers will also include architects, quantity surveys and other construction industry professionals. Lawyers will be those who are dealing with construction law subject per se, and bridges technical realities with the legal framework. So we have prepared a model in which the CLAFI will work. First is the legislative hierarchy, which is the founders and the directors. It consists of the founders and board of directors making core decision and shaping the policies of CLAFI. Second is advisory think tank. These are the industry experts which will provide innovative ideas and methodologies to enhance organizational processes. The last one is administrative. They are the working members. What is the vision? Our vision is to be India's leading techno-legal forum where engineers and lawyers collaborate to advance excellence in construction law and dispute resolution. We envision a future where disputes are prevented, managed, resolved through technical insight, legal foresight and ethical professionalism. So how we will do it? We will do it through empowering engineers and lawyers by building skilled professionals fluent in both construction science and construction law, contract law, develop expert witnesses and arbitrators, advance multi-tier dispute resolution, grow a pan-India community. And when I say grow a pan-India community, we are looking for our regional chapters also all across the geography of the country, and if God willing, we will be having our foreign chapters also. Last is champion ethics and knowledge and reform. We would like to partner with certain government agencies to help them to formulate the certain policy decisions. So our focus area will be arbitration, mediation and dispute resolution, claims management and delay analysis, risk allocation and contract administration, digital contracts and tech legal issue, infrastructure law and public procurement, policy and reforms and standardization, safety codes and compliance, construction contracts and project delivery. We would like to create a pool of knowledge and professionals in this forum, and we will be doing it by national and regional conferences on the construction law subjects, workshop and training modules, publication and journals, collaborative projects and advisory and policy engagement with the industry. We will have following types of memberships in this forum. First one will be the legal professionals like advocates, arbitrators and mediators who are working in the industry. Next will be engineering technical experts like civil, structural and architectural, as I told before. The construction and infrastructure professionals, academicians and researchers, the students and young professionals, and lastly the institutions which include law firms, consultancies, construction companies and universities. So why you join CLAFI? What it will provide to you? It can provide to a network and collaboration, connect with top legal and technical experts across the India, exclusive events and sessions, access to all seminars, webinars and technical lectures, research and publication opportunities, publish in journals, white papers and case studies, professional recognitions, strengthen your credential in the techno-legal community, access to resources, that is to stay informed on legal development, standard and best practices, policy participation, contribute to shaping India's construction law and ADR landscape. So CLAFI is aligned with the national growth missions such as National Infrastructure Pipeline, Gati Shakti Mission, Ease of Doing Business initiatives. We work to build legal certainty, reduce disputes and enhance project delivery efficiency through collaboration, research and ethical standards. So become a part of growing national network uniting the best minds of law, engineering and construction. Together let's redefine how India plans projects, draft contracts, resolve disputes, shaping a fairer, stronger and future-ready infrastructure ecosystems. That was our pitch for the CLAFI in front of all the venture capitalists sitting out here. We are not looking for your financial investment but your intellectual investment to us. In return to that, we provide you 100% partnership stakes with us and join CLAFI. Thanks to you. There is a flyer in we have provided to you with a QR code. From that you can provide your expression of interest. Now I hand over to Professor Venkat.
Definitely not another presentation, don't worry. Yeah, we are running behind time, it's only 2 minutes. I just want to use an analogy. Take the medical field. To do a surgery successfully, we need a good surgeon, we need an anesthetist, right? We can't say that who is bigger, who is important. Without anesthetist, the surgeon cannot put the knife, right? Similarly, without surgeon, what you will do with only anesthesia? Now think about lawyers and engineers. We have coexist, right? I want a day where the engineers understand what is a caveat petition is and what a lawyer understands what is the concurrent delay and what is EOT is. Because these are all two things. Normally people say, oh, what is caveat petition? This guy was mentioned 10 times. I don't understand, right? Similarly, the lawyers in the bio break, they come and ask, you have been talking about EOT, what does it really mean? They come and ask, yes, we all have our own strengths. We have to coexist. We have to complement each other. That's the only way. I'm not talking anything novel. This is happening. The classmate who studied with me in Robert Garden in Aberdeen, Scotland, she is working in Clyde & Co. in Ireland, Dublin. She is the construction law expert. Any case coming in construction law, she is the first window. She will analyze, she will engage the lawyers who have to take care. In London, if you go to any law offices, lawyers who understand a little bit of legal or law, they take care of the first part, then it is taken over by the lawyers. So we need lawyers. For the engineers in the room, I'm telling you. Similarly, for the lawyers, by having a competent engineers, you are able to serve your clients much better way. Why I'm saying that lawyers to have to take the lead? Because you have a dispute, the client is going to come to your office first. Please don't appoint just retired chief engineers from various offices. Take the youngsters who understand the construction, who understand the nuances. This is what a lot of the law officers are doing in India. They think that they understand everything. It doesn't really happen. As an example, arbitration takes 10 years, another 10 years it takes for the enforcement, right? There is a 10 crore case, by the time the payment have to be made 120 crores. We want to stop this. So I want everyone to collaborate, coexist, and let's take this lead. It's not one another forum we are trying to make for the sake of making it. We really want to make a difference. We want everyone to contribute. Please join, help us. Let's grow together, lawyers and engineers. Now I would request K.S. Raju to inaugurate a website as a mark of celebration So this would be available. You can go and do it. Sir, please. So that is our website. Just enter. Hopefully page report will not come. Officially traffic is gone. Okay. More coming, so that's comfortable. Yeah. Lot of work has been gone in, please take time, go to that and be part of the movement. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. No. Next one will take him we need more chairs. Please arrange, sir. We'll arrange. All together. Moderator will keep asking questions, sir. All together. Yeah, all together. Okay. Sir. Maman, everyone are coming. Sir is a moderator. Okay. First panelist, sir. Okay, go. One by one we'll do. Fine. Other better. Fine, sir. Okay, go. Okay. We'll remove those. Okay, please. We'll do what I want. That's what I want. One by two.
Close your Google.
What?
No, I want the WhatsApp. What an image.
What?
That's image.
Up next is Academic Panel Discussion 2, centered on the theme Future Ready Legal Education, Institutional Strategy, Curriculum Innovation and Experiential Learning in the Digital Era. This session will be guided by moderator Dr. Kalicharan ML, who brings both academic depth and strategic insight. Joining him are distinguished panelists Dr. Ajina Reddy KR and Dr. Shri Balakrishna VV.
Sure. Speak from there also.
Yeah, actually it will be easy for me. Because good morning, I think good afternoon. We are academicians, so when we speak, it's better for us to stand. That is the way it has to be for comparatively to when you check for industrialists and academicians. We feel comfortable when we are standing. So thank you for inviting me to moderate these particular sessions. And I was listening to the other panelists and all those things. Today's generation, they are looking at a particular way of easy method of doing the works. They are not putting their, you may call it as smartness. That is why I tell students in the class one simple question: is it difficult to prepare a question or an answer for a question? Like if I write 10 pages of answers, and if I give you that 10 pages of answer to you and prepare one single line of question over that, then you will understand the pain of a teacher, or that can an AI generate that particular question like that? It cannot, because it needs an human touch, it requires a human interface into that. The affection that you show towards that, it's like a brainchild, because I have done for that, machine learning thing. When we do that, it learns on what we make them to learn, and you people are like that, you learn properly is what we teach, right? So in that way, in that context, we would like to request for the first panelist consisting of sir and both sirs, I would like to invite Professor Anjana Reddy sir to first make his comments on his theme of positioning law schools for digital and multidisciplinary future.
Good afternoon, all of you. I think sir already mentioned that academicians and the MNC companies directors are a different setup. Always the teachers need this podium. Not that intention, that is a traditional method of our Indian culture. And it's coming up to this first question what sir raised in that issue. We stand a remarkable inflection point today, where we are, the IT, whatever it is, call it as the AI. Everyone saying that AI is an ultimate. Once upon a time, it is 20 years back, in the 2005 or 2000, it started an IP laws. At that time, legal profession is something it's thinking, oh, it's legal, that is earlier it's only for civil, criminal, these two things. It started to the contracts and it's coming to the IP all cases. Now it is the big question is an AI. When we started in the teaching profession 2 decades back, that completely teaching method is different. But now it is, everything it is available in fingertips. If you teach, if you say one word, if it is looking at the students, are looking ready to look at the mobiles, what is exactly it's correct or not. In that era, we are doing in the teaching profession, definitely the profession, it's a requirement of some changes, definitely I can say. Curriculum transformation, definitely this curriculum transformation is the ultimate requirement of present situation. I'm always saying that doctors is treating one particular body or one particular person. Engineers are treating in a particular mission or particular, for example in civil construction, it is a particular building. But the advocates giving a treatment that is acceptable whole country. Due to that, I'm always saying it's called as, the advocates is called as social doctors. These social doctors, how to equip compared to other departments. If you are a computer science student, you can computer science, particularly that is good enough. But if you argue in the cases or you want to handle the cases, you have to know even though medicine, even though engineering and even though law. In connection to that, curriculum transformation, AI and law, integration includes courses, AI ethics, it is a requirement. Now whatever it is there in that curriculum, we are only, earlier it is a law faculties. Now it is, I am expecting and we are upgrading to the digital governance and interdisciplinary models. Interdisciplinary models, how sir is there in the professor here like that and some other from the MNC companies. We need particularly the people, we have to start with the curriculum. You know the BCA, Bar Council of India rules and regulation, particular subjects. This AI and all, it's completely new, that we have to include it in the step by step we have to, definitely it's including is requirement in the law. Skill development, it is absolute for the at present situation in the advocacy, and research and innovation hubs, establish centers for AI and law. AI and law, its research centers is required, encourage applied research emerging, promote students, lead innovation, labs, experiment with legal tech solutions. Earlier you know that everyone law only joined with the arts, that is a humanitarian people only joined in law once upon a time. Now it changes, even though 99% students join in the law. In view of that, the science, commerce and humanitarian, all the three wings, the advocates are there, but more than that now the news sector, AI is more important, and we have to learn day by day. And coming up to the global policy engagements, pedagogical innovation, hybrid learning models, experiential learning, continuous upskill. Every person, just a day before yesterday, I attended one conference, that 1% is mentioned. Whatever you earn, minimum at least 10% you have to invest our next day development. That is the at present situation. Earlier, one upon a time, 1 decade, 2 decade, whatever we learn, we can survive the next 1 decade without any hesitation. Now it is that day it's gone. It is there, if you learn today, due to maybe in the AI, maybe within 3 days, or maybe in general or not maximum more than 3 years. Whatever we learn, we have to continuation, upskilling is requirement. And ethics and human-centric ethics, of course, whatever AI comes, the ethic is a requirement according to me. That is my opinion in this.
So one question that it always says, what strategies should be adopted for a betterment of the syllabus? Like AI is inevitable that we know, but how can we include AI as per the Bar Council? Because you are also speaking about Bar Council as norms relating to what subjects has to be taught for law students. So where can we introduce AI in this particular?
Very good question, sir. I can say this way, including IP laws, cyber law, trade laws, all it is an optional papers in the law department. Some of the private universities, I think so, MAHE, I think so, I know that, I think so, maybe the regular papers, I don't know exactly. But many traditional universities is given only an optional papers. In connection to your question, sir, definitely the Bar Council of India has requested the mandatory question papers on IP laws. Mandatory subjects, when it comes to a mandatory, then the students may ready to learn. For example, I am a humanitarian background, an arts background student. I am not ready to touch an AI or the IP laws, because of optional is there for me to learn as usual same method of land laws or some other laws. Due to that, it is a requirement to the connecting to that. And advisory boards, and I mentioned already in that advisory boards and external partnerships, it is a connecting to the people to advise, to address. I think so, I can say this lecture, this is the conference also, morning session better than the law teachers. Morning sessions who came from the IITs, and they are given the extraordinary outputs, what exactly an AI, how it is helpful to us. Definitely I can agree with them. And advance the academic excellence, the center of excellence, flexible curriculum models, sir. Otherwise, it's we definitely, many law schools, sir, especially in traditional universities, in government universities, many who are coming up and advocates and young generation, sir, almost all outdated syllabus. Almost all it's outdated syllabus. And it is not at all connected to the profession. We are giving from the humanitarian or BBLLB and a bachelor or BCom, it's a commerce subject, but when it comes to a final year, that is all according to the present situation, it's an outdated syllabus. That is the upgradation requirement. And the third thing is an important faculty development. These teachers, literacy training, provide faculty with a workshop on AI data science. They are the art of any institutions. The faculties is no doubt in that. Whatever AI gives your materials to you, but the faculties is an ultimate. For them, we have to spend, or we have to provide to the enlighten, or how it is an interdisciplinary, we can say, global sabbatical and exchanges, continuous pedagogy, innovation, this is all requirement for the faculties. And coming up to the governance and institutional culture, sir, whatever it is there at present governance and the institutional, everyone it is thinking that, oh, we appoint teachers and they can teach according to the syllabus. No, we have to come out that culture. We have to give certificate courses. Of course, private universities have a good space to develop however they want, but it is a traditional institutions also requirement to include it, some of the good IP laws and IT technologies and all. research policy, leadership, global lifelong learning orientation, we have to send other places where it is exactly getting. But luckily it is an hybrid method, many things, every day we are learning. But sometimes we are losing also because of whenever we are learning maybe the 5 minutes, that we are losing our time more than 2 hours with our Facebook or with our mobiles always. But learning, it should be, if we are usage that the same things for the learning interest, definitely it's a great help to the legal education.
Sir, like for example, from all of us, like students are also sitting, they will always be asking, should I, in the class, should I allow the students to use, mobile for using ChatGPT, or like, to check the faculty whether what is saying or what we are understanding. Like for example, if you see DPC, acting, pleading and convincing as an example, if I ask 30 tests has to be conducted. Now if I give that 30 tests, they will just download it and start writing it. So how can we, inculcate, AI is requirement, so how can we inculcate in DPC that particular way?
Definitely this question is little bit of tricky, and many things it's favor to the students. But as a traditional, I mentioned already, in the traditional teachers and it is traditional culture of our Indian education system, they are not ready to allow any laptops or phones. Maybe private universities or national law schools, now they are allowing to this all kind of things. But traditional institutions, especially in the government universities, still they are not ready to provide. Of course it's helpful, but definitely I can say the teachers have to teach. If the teacher is not teaching effectively in the classroom, that is, it's called it as a crime. If the teacher properly can teach, the two students can listen, so no doubt in that. Or after the completion of the class, of course, the good time is there. You can check it if it is correct or not, you rethink it and you discuss with your teacher. Definitely it's a great help. I'm not telling that you don't use AI, don't use the technology. You use that, but proper manner you use it and discuss with your teacher. Definitely it's a great help to the education system. Good. Thank you. I think so. In justice, thank you.
I request the next panelist, Sri K.R. Balakrishnan, to present this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and we are thankful for the Venkat sir for giving this an opportunity. And I'm also thankful for Pawan sir for collaborating us as a panelist. And I am thankful to Dr. Kalicharan sir and Dr. Anjan Reddy sir. My concept of topic that has been given is collaboration. So when we talk about the concept of collaboration, what we have to think about is that whether the lawyers need technology, whether they have to collaborate with the technology is today's one of the particular question that we have to consider here. When you're seeing the certain agreements or certain understandings, there is a need of technology to be understood by the lawyers for the present scenario. I can say it's like an interdisciplinary factor, where many of the IT companies, information technology, or many of the skilled companies are providing the internship opportunities to the lawyers or the law students who need a particular training. Because when we see in our fact of law, when we see the collaborations, it is only meant to be only MOUs, Memorandum of Understandings. But as per the today's scenarios, MOUs are not only needed, but it has to be implemented to the practical aspect. What is the practical aspect? Some of the institutions, even today, they're sending the particular students for the internship purpose to learn what is technology, especially with certain corporate companies, certain IPRs, where they're learning the concept of data protection, digital domaining aspects, and other sorts of understanding between the engineers and the particular law students. But when you see about the concept of collaborations, especially there's need of a lot of research to be made in the field of engineering and law. Because the interrelationship that we have seen today, sir, we need lot of exposure to our law students because when you see about law, it is only meant to rules and regulations and certain agreements, certain conventions, certain treaties. But in today's world, how Anjan Reddy sir mentioned about AI, artificial intelligence, which is ruling the particular world today, somewhere we need to adopt certain technology in the institutions also. So what we are trying is that there is a need of collaborations not only with certain companies, certain electronic learning or e-learning companies to know what is law, how it can be implemented, how the domains shall be taken into the considerations, how the websites are being created. So on that particular fact, we are seeing certain collaborations here, especially when you see the lawyers. Before just 50-60 years back, law was only defined to one field of particular sector, but today law is needed everywhere. I can't say it's a defined subject. It has been even in many of the aspects here, especially when you see certain information technology companies, IT companies, lawyers have been hired as for the purpose of contract work, agreements, drafting, pleading, which is need of today. Somewhere I can say it is also one of the sort of collaboration in the digital world. But what we are finding is that, especially when you compare to certain other countries, for example, sir, I just got to know that in the Australia, certain law schools or the universities are sending their students to the training in the certain companies. The reason is that there is a need of technological knowledge. Because today when we see the particular present situation, we have only been adopted to certain books when we talk about the lawyers, because in the previous sessions also we heard about that. Everyone are only defined to certain books, citation, case laws or something like that. But when you talk about the technology, there are certain sectors where you need to be adopted while you need to become a well-defined lawyer. And especially in today's world, when you use the digital aspects like laptop, tab, system, laptop or whatever it is, everywhere we need one particular factor is that knowledge of digital. And especially today's aspect of concept, that is the construction law, which even we were not aware of it. But today, because of the construction law, how the litigation can be solved. Just Venkat sir was saying that in Amaravati there is a 40,000 crores project is coming up, where it's one of the largest project, where we need a particular lawyers to deal with that, because there might be certain litigation coming up. So somewhere you can see there is a relationship between the engineer and the lawyer. It's a sort of collaboration.
I'll just put it up one simple question for that matter. Like, if you want to become a cyber police,
Yes.
is it engineering qualification better or a law qualification better? Now, from my point of view, because, when we are taking about collaboration, whether a BTech student is a better police officer to investigate cyber crimes or a LLB graduate would be better to investigate, a crime, like cyber crime especially.
So especially to deal with the cyber crimes,
because I teach in police academy, they find that gap always. So because of that, so as the qualification, because as per the Karnataka or most of the states, they say normal degree as a qualification. For especially if you are putting them in cyber crimes.
Sir, I will tell you one interesting thing, the forensic one. There was a crime happened in Japan. They couldn't track. Finally, somebody has taken a photo of someone, their eyeball, there was a reflection of a building. That was the only picture. There were many experts came, they were able to find out, and they have to map that building where it is there. With the help of science, the law was able to.
Yeah, today if you see, because collaboration is what we are thinking about, so like inter-collaboration is very required in the academics, so that tomorrow generation should be able to transfer from year to there. Like you said, law is to be known by everybody.
Yes, sir.
Law, that means a lawyer, what he does not want to know, there is nothing in this world that he should not know, a lawyer. we should know everything.
Yes.
Now this AI is posing certain challenges of crimes like, what you call fraudulent activities, online frauds and all. What should a lawyer do? Or is it better like, be an engineer?
I think it's little bit a tricky question, but if in my opinion, if he comes from a law profession, I think he'll be able to tackle certain things well. But if he comes from engineering background, maybe he'll use his own techniques. That is the difference I find it out. Because when I talk about the cyber crime, especially right to privacy will come into the consideration. That is what we have seen here. Due to the mentioned always, the lawyers is compared to the other two courses, professional courses. Yes, definitely we have to know more, better than others. Yes. We have interdisciplinary is an ultimate for the
Yes, exactly. Bar Council of India gives BTech LLB, but most of the BTech LLB is not offered most of the places. It's a 6 years course. But still, most of the universities will not take it up. It's mixture of things. That is where cyber crimes conviction rate is only 3% even after 20 years, 25 years of cyber crime. We introduced as a legally stating that it's a crime. Still we are not able to convict more than 3, where physical crimes are convicted as per NCRB at around 33 to 34% conviction rate. We are not able to cross 3% of the cyber crime, which is mass in nature. Yes. So that is where collaboration.
Yes, sir.
Are the cyber criminals more of BTech people or?
Yeah, sir, that is what I am telling you. A person,
BTech people, catching up on people.
the person who is intelligent, the person who is intelligent and who has knowledge of crime and as well as law will escape from the liability. That is where the Evidence Act, even after Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam has come into existence, they are able to escape from their liability just like that in criminal. It's very, I've been coming up on, one case they came up, one person was arrested in Bangalore and his account has 95 lakhs and only one single complaint has been lodged in the last 3 months for the amount that has been credited to his account. But remaining of 94 lakh 70,000, where did that money come from his account? Nobody knows. Nobody. And that has come from different parts of Karnataka, actually Hubli, rural areas and all. Maybe that person who lost the money also does not know. Now the police is thinking about only one transaction is a crime, all other 150 transactions is not a crime. I told them you contact that Gramina banks and all those things, try to find a complaint to see that you can, because evidence is not there. So if you take him to the judge, easily will get out of that particular place by spending out of 95 lakhs 10%. To a lawyer, even if it pays 9.5 lakhs, he'll get out of that particular place.
It is earlier, it is long.
Talking to some cyber
Yes, sir.
they told that the cyber criminals are 2 steps ahead of the police, cyber police.
Definitely, sir. Law and order earlier, later on traffic, now it is a more on cyber laws. Cyber police stations and cyber advocates are more requirement in the society.
Some 10% recovery, I believe.
No, not even 10%, sir, not even. The conviction rate is out of 100 cases filed, only 3 are getting convicted. That means 97 are getting acquitted and money is not recovered.
Money is also wrong.
No, when you don't convict, how will you recover the money?
There's a huge scope.
Yeah, use scope for the practice also, sir, definitely.
That is always there.
Use scope, whoever the youngsters are there, they can try very easily.
Sir, actually, when you teach academic point of view, BSc Cloud Computing is there. The syllabus, if you check BSc Cloud Computing, they teach ethical hacking as a subject. So first for teaching ethical hacking, you have to teach what is hacking, how to stop hacking. So the first, if the student learns better hacking than stopping it, then he will be a better thief. Correct, that's it. Whether if he learns the other part of it, like ethics, then he'll try to stop them from hacking. So both as required. That is where the collaboration we have to looking at from the academic point of view.
Thank you,
What is done, sir?
Yeah, we'll facilitate.
So the question, sir.
So you both are very much in Bangalore. Are you engaging your students to file PILs, or let's say you spoke about the criminal stuff?
Yeah.
Are you engaging your students to help the police file cases and in those things? In fact, in that manner, if we engage, let them use AI.
Absolutely,
all
sir.
the technology that is necessary. And that will be an encouraging point for them, and it will be a good name for your institution as well. Are you working in this direction?
Yes, sir. In connection to your question, sir, definitely the MKPM Institute of Legal Studies, we are engaging very effectively, and we are sending for Commissioner Office this time more than 55 internships. Regarding to the cyber laws only, they are sending a minimum 7 days and 15 days. We are equipping and we are guiding the students with the internships of the police stations only. Many students are going particular police stations. Earlier, no question of the internship with the police stations. Everyone is fear, oh, why we have to go police station? Now we are sending our students the police stations, commissioner office. Definitely we are giving them good guidance.
Your institutions are well in Bangalore, access to High Court also is very
Yes, no doubt.
Sir, the thing is, from my point of view, my view is that, see, like sir said, first initially we were getting only BA students, like, hard students. Then we started getting commerce students and management students to law. Now, if you see BBA, LLB as a course, we are getting maybe around 70% out from science background, PCMB, PCMC and all those things. So, this cyber thing, we have to promote those PCMC students because they have already initial knowledge of computer, how to use it, misuse it and all that. So already they know both the things, use and misuse. So we promote them towards that particular way, then they can be a good cyber lawyer, they can be a cyber judge, they can be a cyber police also they can. So that is the way we have to promote. Yeah, that is always there. See, we have, like, BCI gives you an option of BSc LLB also. How much you can inculcate. Like, they don't have hard and fast rules on non-law papers. See, for example, management, if I am taking, managing AI. That can be a good subject. Like, now, how can I use it and misuse it? Tomorrow, that will be the thing. So, that way we can create a curriculum with industrial support. See, the thing that we have to know, like previous panelists were also saying, if you don't give the input, what output you require? We cannot do outcome-based education. The industry has to give an input. That is from the lawyers for us. For example, legal education, it's lawyers, judges who have to give an input. This is what we require. These kind of people we require. Based on that, we create curriculum so that we can bring an output, outcome-based education. From my point of view in law, outcome-based education is still not working comparatively to that of engineering and medicine.
Yes,
yeah.
That will be more
of it. Sir, how you mentioned in Bangalore students, at least they're getting this kind of all those things. For the rural background, who are there in the rural areas, their requirement, that is a EA definitely are in this technology, definitely it's helpful. They have to go through it. How I mentioned in the already, it is a 5 minute seeing of the important things and remaining 1.5 hours what we are searching of Facebook, other thing. Compared to that, the young minds definitely have to read it, this technology. Everything is available in the Google, sir. They have to read it, definitely it's helpful to their future. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Siddhartha Patil, the director of Film Party, said, unless you don't read good literatures
Yes.
and good books, you don't become a noble person or a good person. And we all to a fact know that advocacy is known as a noble profession. So these days, and we are into reading cases and citations and deriving the results out of them, and that is how we are running the advocacy also now. But with the AI coming in, or the technologies coming in, are we trying to run away from reading good literatures?
No, ma'am.
Your opinion, suggestion.
No, ma'am.
How, I mean, the upcoming lawyers, if we say that don't read or just default to the AI or something, the newer technologies, are we moving away, running away from running good literatures, which is actually a vital and important role for advocates?
Ma'am, to be answering for your question before sir answers, from my point of view, because I have a view on that, because of that I'm saying. With Keshwananda Bharti case, before Keshwananda Bharti case, 13 judges bench, it was 11 judges bench which decided a matter and it was 9:2. And the person who argued in that Keshwananda Bharti case thought like, 13 benches are sitting, but still previously 9 judges bench have given a same opinion. The constitution can be amended. Then you would have not decided to argue that matter, correct? Lawyers should not think every day is a changing day. Like what was there for 160 years, like, we span of time we said it is unconstitutional. Maybe it, adultery, or maybe it can be, same-sex, like, 377 reading down. We just did it like what we believed and punished for 160 years. Right? You may say like Britishers did that. Or even after the constitution, we punched them almost around 64 years. Yeah. Right? Still we said like it's gone. No, it's not right. Correct. So the thinking is always there for a lawyer. Like if I tell you as a simple example, AI cannot override a human being or a lawyer, I'm telling you. That I promise you. Why? Because even if you take, because I teach for police academy and all, you take 10,000 cases of murder. 10,000 cases, maybe a continuous, the same person would have done. 100% in the evidence you will find a thin line of difference between all 10,000 cases. It will not be same. So that is where human touch comes into picture. So inevitability for lawyers. So learning, how do you learn? You are saying reading. So you are reading from the book, they are reading from the Google, that's it. Or which I...
We don't read and put it somewhere
In the Google, what?
It is not available also, because
Yes.
we have been depending on the history, the books, the judgment, the citation.
Definitely, madam. Completely, I agree with sir wordings, and how you mentioned in the beginning, panelists also mentioned that we are not leaving the basics. Basic, what it is there, that reading culture or basic structures. The professor mentioned that, IIT professor mentioned that the basic structure, whatever the AI comes, but we are ready to give it only on basics. Like that, definitely the reading culture, it's not move anyway, but even though they are in the sitting house or mentioned in the AI also, the basic structure is the reading. And advocate profession, basically its requirement, reading and writing, definitely it's not going anywhere. Whatever comes, AI comes or whatever comes, definitely this culture may not go from.
And moreover, AI cannot create anything until we give something. Because until we give some comment, it doesn't create anything. So somewhere it is completely in the human domain. That cannot be erased upon.
I now call upon Professor Venkat to felicitate our guest. Our moderator, Dr. Kalichar in ML.
I'll sit for another two panels.
We will not do it. It's only one. Thank you.
And our panelist, Anjana Reddy. Dr. Anjana Reddy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Venkat and Pawan here once again. Thank you so much. Thank you, and MAHE also.
BV sir.
Thank you, sir. Too many cameras there. Anyway, sir. Anyway, thank you. Thank you.
The next academic panel, and our moderator is again Dr. Kalichar sir, and the panelists will be Dr. Chetana S. and Dr. Ramesh R.
This topic is on curriculum innovation. See, when it comes to curriculum innovation, there are stakeholders, we call them, as when sir was telling about private universities, we have liberty and all. That's the thing. When we say stakeholders, students, the alumni, the way they think, what they learned, and when they go to the ground, what they are thinking, that will have an impact. So in curriculum innovation, what should be done? The two panelists, Dr. SB and Chetana SB and Dr. Ramesh R will be stating. I would request Madam to first present her opinions.
First of all, I thank Venkat sir for providing this opportunity. I thank Pawan sir for giving me this. I was just, I am on the infantile field. See, we belong to a college where we don't even have a server or a network. Now we are speaking of artificial intelligence. That's what. I was just having the plan to address this gathering. But now I feel, I know little bit of data which I can present before you. Right now, my first question was, which digital tools, AI legal research, analysis, e-discovery, contract automation should be embedded into the core curriculum of the future. As you know, even I have also got the source from the internet itself. Right. And the commonly used AI, because we don't have who is the author of this websites, or we don't know who is the owner of this websites. One way we can address you that you can use this common AI tools, but we can't claim this that this is the right path.
that we can say these are the commonly used and you use in your legal searching aspects. I would say for legal search and case analysis, we have the enLAWrge, which the artificial intelligence and the natural law processing of legal databases summarizes the relevant law cases and provide the predictive legal advice. We have the Lexis AI for the brief writing and even drafting, summarizing of the legal documents. Bloomberg LawWare, which for the research aspects. Co-counsel for the answering large language and assistant capable of answering the questions and asking the legal questions. And we have Vidur AI, Case My, Manupatra AI, SEC Online, Bharat Law, Nyaguru, DigiLawyer, and Kira Systems. This is just for the legal aspects part of it. And as I said, for the BIM awareness, we have the contract management and review aspects. Legity AI, we automate the entire contract life cycle for drafting and negotiation to risk the scoring and the post-signature tracking using the large models of clause analysis and compliances. We have got ED sorts, an AI-based solution that automates review, drafting, search, reporting on contracts. In particular, a favorite of enterprises, legal terms due to large number of contracts they must deal with. And we have Aviar Contract Flow. This is an end-to-end contract lifecycle software that automates the drafting, workflow approvals, negotiation, compliances, and analysis. We have the Kira Systems, which uses the contracts to mine the due diligence and compliance information and the points out unusual clauses and recommends correctiveness under a standard. See, for contract law, legal implications on BIM protocols, data ownership, intellectual property rights, in shared models, specific clause relating to sustainability mandates. We have the litigation analysis and predictive tools such as Lex Machina, which predicts the case law's outcomes, planning litigation strategy, and understand opposing the counsel pattern. We have Bluefy Legal, where specifies the predictive analysis for tax, employment, and other legal scenarios for analyzing the thousands of precedents and providing legal scenario forecasts. For document review, e-discovery and automation, we have enriching, which automates due delegations, contract reviews, risk flagging, expanding the discovery, litigation, and translational law. Luminance employs the machine learning to detect the anomalies, ensure compliances, and visualizes the complex data in a document review, supporting both in house and law firm operations. And the block boiler, doc juris, which collaborates and negotiates the contract effectively. Client communication, chat box, then DODO, and all this. So this may be the few examples where you can find useful for your legal research, analytics, and e-discovery for contract automation for embedment in the core curriculum of the future. These are the few which I have.
Fine. If my question from the teacher point of view, as a teacher I'm asking, like if a student brings this particular projects based on using these particular things, as a teacher, what should I do?
So
should I mark him, like, by marking him, I'm promoting him to use more. If I don't mark, I'm stopping him from using it. So as a teacher, what are the things that I should allow him to use, but not to that extent to use his brain? So as a teacher, my question is that.
So first of all, what we do is that when we give an assignment, we ask them to quote their, where they have taken those
citations
part of it. And there we have retrieved from which date to which date, because it's the updations day, right? And the findings has to be, it's a own of the student itself, not from the AI. You can only retrieve the information, but not the findings from the AI. That's what my suggestion is. And then my next question is, how can the interdisciplinary modules, BM awareness, project lifecycle fundamentals, sustainability mandates be inserted without overburdening the traditional law subjects? See, already we have got case law management system. It has been introduced in the high courts itself or in the lower courts. And we have the law office management systems where you have to maintain your diaries, right? And maybe in future, if you don't learn all those technology aspects, you may not be able to monitoring all these things. So we need to set up, we need to focus our curriculum on set up legal tech labs. cyber law and cyber security clinics, online dispute resolution clinics, and we need to have forensic labs in our colleges itself. That would be encouraging innovations through clinics to develop the apps for the research tools and drafting. This will be able to design our legal clinics and for our students to have a better research aspects. And for the update assessment methods, we need to have a stimulated e-discovery task, drafting automated contract templates, using legal AI tools to solve the case problems, online filings and moot courts, and also having the law office management systems, which will be text-based projects and stimulated hearings, problem-solving exercises, which will be for the evaluation methods for creating the digital competence.
Fine.
Then, actually, I was focused like what should be interdisciplinary is that like joint courses with the computer science and the engineering departments, workshop on coding basics, seminars on tech-driven policy making, collaborations with the IT experts, and this may be the interdisciplinary rather than having the traditional method of business, economics, psychology, or the public policies. I think we'll have better policies then. Then when you come up, see, mine was specifically with regarding to BIM awareness, where I found that, see, in order to have in construction, we need to have an environmental planning where we have the setting up of an STPs. There the regulations may not be known by the construction workers, and they may not be knowing the labor laws or the property laws. And labor laws and RERA, especially contract laws, which all these things has to be technically driven. And for this we need to compliance with the energy modeling, environmental impact assessment training for those employees who will be going to this BIMA projects. Then we have the tort laws or the professional liability laws for the negligence conducted by the laborers or the architects, engineers and contractors, or maybe the 3D model, what we call as the BIM 3D models for the traditional liner projects and all, that we never used to transfer it. I think this tort liability would be more specifically taught for them. Then we can have the project-based learning, like project life cycle phases, sustainability, where with the principles of legal principles and case studies and mock projects can be evolved into it. See, then we also...
Ma'am, the thing is one question from my
Yes,
point
sir.
of view, because sir was also telling project-based learning and all in the morning. Should this projects and the previous presenter also, this guidance should be given if it is a student is opting for interdisciplinary. Should this project be dealt by the engineers or engineering faculties or the law faculties?
Something like in short videos on those specific ideas of those different subjects.
See, because cyber crime or we have cyber security like laws and
Tracking those codings and all, we are not technically well versed with these things as aspects, sir. If a short videos will be done on this, in order to have something knowledge of what is the coding is.
blockchain management. See, those things from my point of view also, like you should always give a chance for engineers to teach those blockchain management, the engineering part, then the law part.
And the sample BIM models, we don't know what is the BIM
Models, projects
Now
has to
we
be
are
done by
models.
engineers and then we have to apply the law point.
Yes, sir. Because we don't know, we only know the technical touches, but we don't know what is the modeling is done, how is it done, and that needs to be,
Fine.
and the guest lectures, projects, managers need to be addressed by some FDPs and all. This would have, in IPR when it was introduced, we didn't even know what was the patent is. Now we have the patent rules and all, but we used to know, we were infant in all these aspects. Now we have patent, copyrights, all those things which addresses us that, see, you are the owner, you are the prior knowledge, you have this, and we have the traditional knowledge to protect. See, this we had already. Like this, we need to have a policy aspect.
Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Law schools need to be equipped with all this construction and sustainability issues. Thank you, thank you.
Next I call upon sir to present views. Dr. Ramesh R.
Good afternoon, sir. Respected Venkat sir and Pawan sir.
and also my senior chairman, Sir Dr. Kalicharan, sir. Yesterday, the first present my topic in engineering students Adi Chunchanagiri. So today, the senior engineers, before the present few thoughts, with my great pleasure, given an opportunity in Manipal University. So my topic is outcome-based education. So my experience in implementation of the the implementation of the outcome-based education in law schools has been partially success in theory, but often struggles in practical consistency, execution. Most institutions have adopted in framework learning outcome program, objective systems, significance, gaps. They are truly transforming teaching and assessment culture. So OBE effectively implemented widely among the institutions concerned. The policy and practice divide. Many law schools adopt OBE principles. On paper, to remain traditional and teacher-centric, accreditation requirements, but actually teaching methods, classroom remain traditional and teacher-centric. There is a tendency to check the box on the administrative forms without fundamentally changing the pedagogically approaches. So what are the benefits realized? Implement effective OBE, promotes in student centered learning developments, critical thinking, problem solving, skills. So ensure better alignment between the curriculum and the practical needs of the legal profession. It's very important. It provides clarity of expectation of both students and faculty. So what gaps remain? The primary gaps stem from resistance to resource constraints, faculty resistance and lack of trainings, significance in the experience of faculty members and the traditional lecture based on method to change required by OBE methods also. Many lack adequate training, design, outcome basing curriculum, creating effective rubrics. Inadequate assessment method is also to challenge moving beyond the written exams, more historic qualitative assignments, complex legal skills, likes, negotiation, client counseling, ethic reasoning, traditional exams. So modernizing practical application knowledge is required. It's essential.
My question is, like, if I am giving pen and paper method kind of a thing, we are going with 100 marks method, like 1 and 50-50%. What should be the assessment method for if you bring in 50-50 and internal assessment should be 50-50? What is the basis on which we would assess a student of that particular, whether he is using AI and other things, tools and all those things, 50%, how can he assess?
So conduct the practical knowledge to the students in various fields, like conduct the moot courts, visit the courts and conduct the seminars. So needs various places, needs is required. On the basis to assess, to analyze the intellectual of the students is required.
So intellectual thing is that is what we used to normally intellectual assessments, we'll see the paper, we don't know the person who is it and we'll mark it. But when we know the person, this is the child, how is he good? How will I assess that particular thing? How can the other things can be used? One is moot court thing, seminar thing, presentation would be the other thing. What other methods can be used, for the purpose, if you think, what other ways can I assess?
Last year, Bar Council, State Bar Council introduced another curriculum activities to visit the 6 months visiting courts and internships programs to different
Certificate courses are requirement to students.
So certificate courses on the parallel one side, and they will learn every semester regular courses. So that will support them. That would be the best method of. Yes, sir. Yes. Fine, sir.
Thank you.
Facilitate them. Do you have any concluding remarks?
The concluding remark on this, both of the presenters were telling about the method, research methods. Research is an integral part of the student, and law research has been there, will be there, and will be always be there. It's a continuous. A lawyer should know the research. If you ask me a question, it has been there, because he will research. Past, present, and future, he should be knowing all three things. Even though I am not Brahma, but I should be knowing all the three things, because today I put a plaint, 10 years later, whether that plaint will hold good in the Supreme Court of India, I should think today and file it in the lower court. So, even though I am not Brahma, I should think about the past, what has happened, why did the plaint got rejected, plaint got accepted, why the case went in their favor. That thing I'll think, and I'll think even if it reaches Supreme Court after 25 years, because there are many plaints where the lawyer has drafted, the case when it reaches the Supreme Court, clients are all dead. 3 generations have died. Lawyers, their 3 generations would have died. That time, the Supreme Court is analyzing whether the plaint was put properly or not. So, that way when you are looking at, so I'm thinking about past, present, and future. So, in the interest of the future of students and the future generation, we have to prepare the curriculum in such a manner, right? It should be innovative, make them interested in learning, and it should not deviate from the basic philosophy. Like sir said, basics should be strong. Fine? Thank you.
I now call upon Professor Venkat to kindly felicitate the panelist, Dr. Chetana SP.
Okay, done? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And our next panelist is Dr. Ramesh R.
Thank you, sir.
Our next panelist would be Assistant Professor Manipal NS and Dr. Arun S. And the session will be moderated by Dr. Kalicharan.
This panel will be discussing about, experiential learning. That is this concept is very much experimenting on the students. Whether it works out or not, it totally depends on the outcome. I don't know. After learning for 5 years, if a student goes and succeeds only, we'll think he got placed in HP or big company of 1 crore or 2 crore rupees as a package. For a lawyer, it does not work like that. So his experiential outcome will be long run. So you can even practice after 60 sometimes. So that way, experiential learning is actually, our 2 panelists will be stating their views on that experiential learning, how curriculum can be done. So I request Madam Manjula ma'am to present her views.
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. Today the topic given for me is actually, as sir mentioned, very interesting topic, because every law student is having a question in his mind. Once I complete 5 years or 3 years, where will I stand? Because he has to be independent from his parents. As we know, the age has reached 21, 24 by the time they complete law. But the confidence the engineering student is having, that confidence is not there in the law student. Because he has to settle, as sir said, 5 years, he has to be as an assistant, he has to get practice, he has to get trained. All this takes much time, that sometimes 4 or 5 years batch output students, if we meet, they'll say, no ma'am, we are just taking this, we are not doing independently. So this is very bad situation. For this situation, I think we all are responsible for it. It is not only his burden or his problem, we people, the university, the syllabus, the subjects, everything is influencing the problem of that particular person. Okay, so the topic given for me here for discussion is how can experiential learning be strengthened through mechanisms like moot, arbitration, mediation, like adjudication, simulation or contract review clinics. See, experiential learning, actually why it is required is we want to build a gap between what they are studying and what they want to practice. If this gap is built, I think the time taken for a student to settle his life will surely reduce. So this can be done. How it can be done? My personal view is, see, for 5-year students, they are studying around 50 plus subjects. 3-year students are studying around 30 plus subjects. Is this 30 or 50 subjects really required for an advocate to practice? When we just see the lawyer who is practicing in a court, he said, 4 subjects was sufficient, ma'am, why did you people make us to study all this? So if that time was given for his specialization in the 3 years or 5 years course, he would have much better settled in his life. So what I think is, in 5 years course, at least in the 3rd year, we should give an opportunity for the students to settle the area of specialization, like whether they want to go company side, practicing, or any IPR side, or banking, finance. If this option is given, not only the option, the subject should be designed such that they can concentrate on only that specialization, and once they complete the course, immediately they can fit into the particular industry. That is my one point. Okay, the other thing is, we have to improve critical thinking, ethical reasoning and practical skill. How this can be done? See, this can be done like, one thing is, sir was telling how you assess, for Dr. Ramesh sir asked one question, how can we assess the students other than the marks or the examination? If we change that assessment thing in the course level itself, I think students will get much more trained or fit or strengthen themselves to fit the industry. See, the assessment, how can it be made? University has prescribed 100 marks or 80 marks question and 20 marks is internal. Do you think this is sufficient for a person to fit the industry or fit the society or to practice himself or to be a very good advocate? No, that is not sufficient. You can just see a first standard student marks card. Have you, any one of you seen first standard student marks card? Not only the marks, they give a list of activities. In that A grade, A plus, B plus, C plus, C plus, there will be nearly 20 activities given. Only for first standard, if they are concentrating so much, why should we not do for a law students? Okay, the law students, actually what I believe is the assessment should be on their practical aspects, internship, their critical thinking, how they act in some stimulations given for them on the spot, their seminars, their speaking, debate, or whatever their knowledge, everything should be considered for any person to be assessed.
Ma'am, one question. Like, by your criticisms like that, we are...
It's not criticism, but it's just
okay, opinion, fine.
lakhs of together are students, they are like, they are unable to speak.
No, fine. One thing is, are we creating law graduates or legal professionals? Now, from my point of view, you are...
I don't think both are same.
No, both are not same.
No.
See, education is different and degree is different from my point of view. I don't know how many of them agree. Education is to lead a life. Like, for example, a person, for example, a person who cracked a KPSC exam, you have seen like people who are committing suicide, government officials committing suicide and all. They went to the government office, hanged himself after cracking KPSC for that particular period of time, committed suicide. Means, did I give degree to him or education to him? Education is to live, not to die. Degree is just a degree, right?
So what I feel is, taking degree with education is meaningful, sir.
Okay.
I agree with you, sir.
You see, there's a question of supply and demand. Now, if the government says for every 1,000 population or 2,000 population, you need one doctor. Now, with crores of cases pending, how many lawyers should the government or how many judges should the government have or generate is the question.
Sir, to answer your question, to be frankly speaking, it's not the numbers. It's about the thinking. Like for example, last month there was Justice Nagmohan Das, Naga Prasanna sir has delivered the highest number of judges in the last academic year. Not academic year, 1 year. Like that mentality of thinking should be there. Today's judges, if you see, especially lower court judges, where we train and all, they are afraid. Why they are afraid? Because there is an internal regulation. That means once a lower court judgment is reversed in the higher court, there will be a black mark.
That is there. But the thing is, if a UPSC examination, Union Public Service Commission, if a fresh graduate can pass that and then become a deputy commissioner and rule a district, administer a district, why not create judges who can give judgments in the lower courts?
Sir, administration, administering a...
Earlier we were talking about only arts students joining LLB.
Correct.
Okay, the same was the case 40 years back with UPSC also, wherein mainly art students were going for this IAS, IPS and other 40 years, 50 years back. Now if you see 70 to 80% are engineering graduates and MBBS doctors that are doing. Why is it? Because it has become that attractive.
Sir, that attractive.
The legal profession has to be made that attractive actually.
Sir, that I accept it. One, my opinion towards that particular thing. Like qualification for UPSC, Union Public Service Commission, age-wise, if you would have seen the previous generations and all, district commissioners, how strong they were around 40, 50 years back, who got as a district commissioner, how strong are they today?
No, don't mix, let's not mix politics.
No, not politics, sir. No, politics. Strength of administering, because you said administration. Because BA people would have learned that public administration as a subject. And public administration is an UPSC subject also as a special, specific thing. Why public administration out of political science was kept is public administration gives you that. But judiciary, if you take judges, for example, you are now there has been a relaxation that judges should not have any 3 years of practice. 10 years back. Now we are finding repercussions of it. Where in the lower court, the Supreme Court of India, 2 Allahabad judges were removed. One was on maternity leave for 2 years and did not pass one single judgment in the last 2 years. And one woman was, I think she has not passed any judgment. They were both terminated at the district level. But the Supreme Court, Justice Nagaratnamma said that the termination is wrong. So, that means, sir, if you check lower courts, how many judgments have been passed in the lower court? Like, for example, if you take junior division or senior division, both places, or chief judicial magistrate first class. How many judgments are passed in a year by that particular judge? They will not be more than 100 to 200. Wherein the case that would have come to that particular court would be 1,000. So, increasing number of courts is not a thing.
That is exactly why I am saying you will have to attract talent at the graduation level only, the admission levels only, just like that the law schools are able to admit.
No, but National Law School, most of them are not going to practice or judiciary.
Right, why they are not going to practice, that is another
Why the performance levels of the case judgments to be taken care for promotion or anything in the assessing the capacity of the judge? That is also most important.
Correct.
Because so much of use cases are pending in the courts nowadays. That's why that has to be critically taken care,
Sir, assessment, judiciary, correct, sir. Now, what I am talking about is assessment. Whenever things are going on in front of you, there is a 60-year-old person, lawyer. I am just a 26 or 27-year-old person who is sitting as a judge. So, I am assessing his age and not my capacity. Practically, I am telling, like what I have seen in the lower courts till now, I am looking at that. A person who has practiced for 40 years and standing before me, that happens in the Supreme Court when Kapil Sibal or persons go and stand before the Supreme Court judge. So the way that the judges think also is different. Like that will have an assessment. I am 27-year-old. I got fresh graduated, I wrote my exams, I passed my judicial exams, I came and sat as a judge. And there's a 60-year-old person with 40 years of lawyering experience standing in front of me arguing. What will I do? I got a fear. Should I accept it? That should not be there. That is what we have to do. Previously what barricade was there, 3 years of practice is mandatory for writing your judicial exam was a good thing. Why? Because you practice, you learn what happens in the court. Like, I don't agree with madam's one thing, in like what we are teaching towards that, we are only teaching actually as per the Bar Council norms, 30 subjects for the 3 years LLB, and I think around 58 law subjects we are giving honors. But a parliament sits, the parliament sits in that particular place. On 21st November they made a code and they have already brought in labor code which are having around 30 laws. So how will I prepare my students for that labor codes?
Sir, my argument...
opinion. No.
What I meant was, give a chance of specialization to
students. Choice.
It is the same in case of engineering also. We also study 50 subjects, but at the end of the day, afterwards we feel, I am a structural engineer, only structures are part of it.
I agree with her opinion relating to one thing that she said, what students are said to me also. Like if they go to court, only 4 subjects. Yes. CPC, CRPC, evidence, maximum around constitution if he is practicing in high court.
80 to 90% students go to the court itself, sir.
Imagine a doctor studying only cardiology and or orthopedics or whatever. Basic
Engineering and medical, they work on the principles of industry. Okay, here seniority does not matter. A junior engineer also can have a more knowledge than a senior.
Correct.
Okay, but whereas in case of
legal it cannot happen.
Working like an industry, it is working like a college or an academic institute. Seniority counts more.
Seniority counts.
Not allowed to come so far.
Like madam also said, like I have been taking numbers, like dates for longer period of time. Why seniors are not allowing the juniors to participate? That is always there. So that is where, like madam's proposition, I am agreeing on that proposition that we should make them industry ready, like beforehand itself. Like when they come to the second year, you decide whether you want to go to court or whether you want to go to industry. Based on that, their third year curriculum design in such manner. Fine.
Yes, I would like to continue my...
Sorry, ma'am.
Just a minute. Okay. One more thing I would like to tell is we have to connect the students with the real world experience during their course time. How this can be done? Bringing the real case laws itself and making some simulations with them. Sending them for a rotational based internship, not only to one place, sending for in 5 years, let them go for different places so that they get the overall experience and they come to know how the law is being treated in the whole society and what the gap or what else they should study in the leftover period, means in that 5 years or 3 years period, what they should concentrate, everything they will actually come to know when they go for internship. It is actually a very good process. Then the other thing what I would like to say is mentorship. Actually mentorship is really required for law students. Why? Because internship, okay, when they go outside, they learn the process, but mentorship is, a mentor is a person who link the syllabus or the subjects to what they did in the practicals. So they keep advice, they keep track on the student, they keep encouraging them, so which boost the student, which strengthen the students to face the society. Then the other thing is shadowing opportunity, I would like to say. What is the shadowing opportunity is? Following wherever they go for internship, let me say they go for the arbitration court, they observe the arbitrator, how he decide the cases, what the critical thinking was made by the arbitrator in that particular situation. If something emergency situation is created during arbitration, how they handle, will they continue the arguments or will they discuss the matter with the other opponent. These things will be observed by the students in their course time itself. So when they go out, actually they can face everything independently. Okay. The other question given to me is innovative internship or field exposure model.
like a project site visit, tribunal observation, arbitration center, can better prepare the student for construction law. Yes, of course, as I've been discussing with my first question itself, when the students visit project site, do you think they have better knowledge than sitting in classroom? Yes, of course. Why? Because they know the practicality, they meet the engineers in the field, they know who are the persons involved in this project site, what are the applicability of the law, and how these laws, whether they have learned or any loopholes or any something missing, how they can get it, they discuss with their faculty, they do group discussion, or now again ChatGPTs are there, other discussion panels are there, they put the discussion, they find the answer, so that students visiting the project site is really a very good experience for the student, and I think they exchange their ideas, because law students, they will tell, these laws are there, engineering students will say, engineers will say, oh, these are the law, okay, then we will concentrate on that, especially the contract agreements, for that and all, it is very, project site is very important. The tribunal observation. Tribunal observation is again very most important. Again, our college becomes under KSLU. So in KSLU they have made court visit as compulsory in the final year. Yeah. Okay. Court visit as in the final year. This is why this particular stimulation is given for the student is just to observe the court, how the cases are decided, such as pre-generation, the client may also pass or the lawyers are may also pass, but the case is still there in the court. Just because these are old concepts which has been followed, but now the students or the fresh batch, they are like completing the case as early as possible, because they are very eager to take the new cases, because the cases are very new, especially cyber cases may come in, AI cases may again generate. You know, AI has been starting point, but the cases on that may come forward. So students, they are like very much interested to take the new concept projects before them. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
One thing, like I would like to add it up, one thing, Madam was telling about moot court we have introduced in our law school, but that is not working. Today's generation, they are saying go for trial advocacy. It will take lot of time on every subject to go with trial advocacy. One case, sir. So everybody viewing also will learn. Everybody, constitutional matter you take it, contract matter you take it, you stimulation, like engineerings do stimulation. One case of trial advocacy on one subject in a semester would make them exposure when they go for next internships. That is. I will request Dr. Arun Sonal sir to present his views.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank the management, Kanchan sir, also the moderator, as well as Pawan sir, my good friend also, and sir also for giving me this opportunity to, for this particular podium for the panel discussion. So I've been given two issues. One is should industry partners, law firms, arbitration centers, construction companies actively co-teach or co-design experimental models, and what models works for the best? So according to me, sir, that the arbitration centers or the law firms part of it plays a very important role for the youngsters, for the young generations like this, because as what rightly said from the morning and including my colleagues also, that the internship is mandatory, where the 20 weeks of internship has to be done. But when I speak about the law firms part of it, let me tell you, sir, the law firms part of it, they just give you the kind of the models stating that, come on, just prepare for this particular case. You have to give me the kind of the results part of it. But I would like to say that after the AI technology that has come, it was the days before, sir, when I was doing the, the internship way back 20 years back or 22 years back part of it, where my senior used to tell that you have to go to the case analysis part of it, you have to go in details part of it, you have to prepare the, what kind of the questions could be asked from the opponent part of it. It's like a minds game, a chess game, where the opponent, how he tries to questions are. But after this particular technology part of it, the law firms, what they're trying to do is they are trying to implement the cases directly they're going to get the kind of the inputs part of it. So based on it, I would like to say that the law firms, they are not trying to get it on. The kind of the inputs as what we are looking on, as what we are observing in the olden days part of it. Now coming down to the arbitration centers, as you can see in the Bangalore, that it is made mandatory that, the students should visit the arbitration center. So according to me, I would like to tell to every youngsters part of it to visit the arbitration center, because they will know how the parties deal with it, how the judges mentality is all about. As what we have the curriculum in the clinical course 4 in the the 8th semester of 5 years BA, LLB, BCom, LLB, or in the 3 years integrated degree courses also, which also speaks about a problem will be given. So based on the kind of the problem, I would like to suggest is that let the students go to the arbitration center, let them observe how the proceeding that goes on, and when they come back to the particular, the particular scene when problem has been given, they act as if they are the kind of the arbitrators, they act as if they are the kind of judges part of it, and they try to give the kind of the importance part of it, how the kind of the questions could be asked, or this is the kind of the questions, or this is how the kind of the the negotiations can be taken on. So this is how I would like to tell the teaching part of it, especially the design part of it has to be done. And coming down to the experimental models part of it, I would like to say also that the faculty should give a kind of an output that how the models that goes on, how the teaching has to be done, so in the present areas part of it. So this is how my first question which speaks about the industrial partners or in the law firms part of it. Now coming down to the last part, it speaks about how do we build the faculty capability of experiential learning, especially in constructions of law, ADR and digital evidence. So now according to me, ordinated dispute resolution systems part of it is one of the mechanism which under section 89 of the Civil Procedure Code, which also speaks about it is the dispute. That means to say that when there is any dispute between the two parties or between the the companies or any other persons part of it. So here I would like to say that in the case of the learning process part of it, I would like to tell the students also to visit the what you call the area centers mandatorily, so that they can learn that how the area functions on, because we usually when we used to object, when I was a lawyer way back 22 years back, I used to object on this area. Why this area? Because there the kind of negotiation used to take place and the out-court settlement used to take place, and my pocket was not being filled with the kind of the money. So that is where there was lots of objections when the section 89 was been imposed on. But later on, gradually part of it, the clients as well as the advocates also felt that yes, this is the best model where the kind of the the area is one of the mechanism that can be implemented or can be learned for the basic facilities as such. And coming down to the digital evidence part of it, the days were there where we used to get the kind of evidence from the mergers till the kind of the other ways as part of it. But now you have the kind of a digital technology where my face can be motorized, can be put into, logged in, where they can look into where the person has been committed any offences or a crime part of it. And that is where I would like to say that the digital evidence also plays a very important role in the present scenarios part of. So with these two what you call the questions that has been given to me, I would like to be thankful to the Manipal University as well as my moderator also, Kali Charan sir.
Sir, my question would be like, now BNS has come into existence after 23 years. We had introduced the Information Technology Act, giving way for digital evidences and all. Present BNS, BSA actually, Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam of 2023. How does it effectively deal with this digital era? What a law student should learn out of it?
So as a law student, I would like to say that he will be learning more into the digital aspect when it comes down to the BSc, that is especially the evidence, because the olden days were there where we used to go on to the merger spot, get the kind of an evidence part of it, put him into the cross-examination, either the inspector or the person who has collected all the kind of the person or the doctor's evidence part of it. But nowadays it's a kind of the finger step, sir, where you can get everything on the digitally, where you can collect the information part of it, the fingerprints, especially where you have the biometric, especially once the biometric has been done. So automatically you will come to know that whether the person is a part of the scene of the crime or whether he or she has committed any such kind of offences. So I think the kind of the the changes that has been brought under the new law part of it will definitely help the kind of the students. But again, coming back to square one, when the when you go to the office, again sit back, prepare a chart, then put it everything on the table part of it and start to work on. I think even that also plays well for it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
request Professor to felicitate our panelists. Assistant Professor Manjula N.S.
We'll change the sticker. Change the sticker. Because you are standing by.
Yes, sir. Yes. And our second panelist, Dr. Arun S.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think everyone is hungry now. Yeah. So the lunch has been arranged in two different areas. One is for the speakers, other one is for the students. We want to have the two different areas so that we can have lunch faster and come quickly. We have some debates, we have prize distribution, we have a lot of things there. Please try to be back here in 45 minutes from now. For students, it's in the cafeteria. For the delegates, it's in the meeting room. Yeah. So someone can guide them down. Yes. Debate was supposed to be last time you people.
going to be the first thing. We'll try to keep it as lively as possible, sir.
So don't ask questions, is it?
On behalf of Manipal Law School, I warmly welcome you to this roundtable. The theme of this is Bridging the Gap, Law Meets Engineering. The Manipal Law School Experience in Construction Law and Arbitration. How Manipal School taught us, that is what we are going to discuss now, sir. This is going to explore how legal thinking and engineering can harmonize with each other, how we can do a better risk management, how faster dispute resolution with the help of legal knowledge we are going to do. I heartily welcome my cohorts who are already distinguished personalities in various forms of industries. I start my question with Mr. Manjunath, sir. Sir, can you please explain what motivated you to join this PG diploma in construction and law and arbitration?
It's not just you. When I joined this course, lot of my own friends were asking me, okay, it's already 35 years since you have graduated and you have started working. What is it that motivates you at this age? You are asking me about joining Manipal, is it?
This particular PG diploma.
Like with over 35 years plus construction experience, wherein I have handled a lot of this lot of these projects in construction and real estate, and wherein I have seen all kinds of disputes. Just to give you a small example, we as contractors were doing a mall project in Bangalore, and it is just next to near the Alsur Lake. There is a soil exploration report which the developer gives us, which says there is no water table. So as a contractor, I had to document everything and then did some piling foundation. He said go to the bottom of the hard bed. One or two it went, and then we didn't get. Then he said no, go for another 5 meters and leave it. It will act as a friction pile and not as a load bearing pile. So all such things we had to document. So, and again in a facade project in a mall, like there were differences in cost variations were there. So all this we had to handle as contractors. So having handled, and then there was an arbitration case involving a public sector and with the BBMP, now the GBA. So that also I was involved. So with all these various experiences, I mean, we realized that of course disputes is part and parcel of construction industry, and now with all these infrastructure projects gaining momentum and other things, there will be more number of disputes. So I thought, like, instead of limiting myself to just one place or one company or one organization, I mean, I wanted a formal, some techno-legal background as such. So that is the reason I thought, let me jump into
Good one.
the post-graduation course. And then it's not just, I was looking out probably for more than a decade to get into some formal course, and nothing was available. And 2 years back, I happened to attend this law conference in Manipal in the same, a bigger hall here, and that is when I met Professor Venkat, and then followed up over the phone. I chewed his brains. When the admissions were announced, I was not here in India, I was abroad, and then admissions got closed, and again I requested him, and then he said we'll open it for just 3 days in the next week, and you joined. And somehow, he was kind enough to give that extra leverage for me. So that is how I got into this school. So some sort of a formal education I wanted, and then once I saw the curriculum, because of my domain experience, I felt it was ideal for this one. And then again, when the courses were going on, we had people, it was not a theoretical course or anything, like on construction law, arbitration and other things. We had stalwarts like Professor Ratan Singh and Rama Subramanian and a lot of other people who had practical experience teachers, Professor Pradeep Reddy and Lord Badrinath. It was all practical, and the discussions and all, we never felt we were in an online classroom. We never felt we were in a classroom. That was because of other 30 plus cohorts, who most of them had 20 plus years of experience in the construction industry, and we just enjoyed the classes and the discussions that we had.
Thank you, sir.
That is what actually added value to this course. It was just not a theoretical course at all. It was practical, industry specific. Where he had shown 1987, it's 1987, so probably first batch there and not first batch in Manipal. But then in 1987 I was obviously not that mature and aware about construction law and other things. It was only after some experience that I felt the need for integrating engineering, law and arbitration and contracts into this profession as such. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My next question goes to G.D. Kumara, sir. Sir, as an engineer, this law, how it helped you to appreciate legal and contractual aspects of construction projects?
Sir, actually, I joined the National Law School in 2011 for MBA course. I was attending weekend classes from morning to evening. It was completely sleeping because I was not able to catch the legal words, and really I didn't the exam also because I could not able to. I was afraid that how the legal questions has to be answered in a legal language. So then I stopped there. In 2016, when I was executing on layout development work, one fellow brought a stay to the layout formation, stating that this environmental clearance was not obtained. Like that. Then we stopped the work, and we are all worried what to do, how to proceed and all. So then I went to Chennai to meet some, to find out what is the case and all. The same advocate filed in there were two court halls. One is challenging the NGT, environmental clearance, that we got, and in another court hall is taking that EC has not been taken. So then I thought, oh, this is how people play. Then we got this immediately, we separated with the judges. Then in the second incident, I was about to deal with the international contract. That fellow was not completing his obligation, contractual obligation, and my boss entrusted me to go through the contract and come out with solutions how to resolve this amicably. I was not understanding because there's so many terminologies. See how the forex exchange, because at that time contract amount what about is about 28 crores. That is about 28 lakhs euros, something like that. Now whenever we make the payment, we cannot pay in the previous agreed rate. That forex exchange will be on the current rate. So that we are not knowing about that. There are many things like that. I was not understanding that contract. I took nearly 1.5 years to understand the basics of the contract document. Now after doing this course, really I am reading word by word and I am understanding and guiding my juniors, colleagues, so they are able to understand the contract in a better manner, and I am really now in a better position to understand the contract and able to transform into the solutions, problem solving things, and really application of this whatever we have learned here. The contract administration, really I was afraid that Julian Bailey written the book, so voluminous book long back. I would have got that book when after my joining to the government service. But I didn't. But now I am realizing that I have read that book earlier, and contract law, it has helped me so much, I can able to recall my contract sections of various sections up to 1 to 73 and applying to my daily contract management principles. Really it is very helpful and everyone should opt for this. Thank you, sir.
Due to time paucity, we'll keep it
Yes,
short.
I
sir.
can understand. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
My next question is to Kannan, sir. Can you share example how these online classroom discussions of the participants enriched your experience?
See, this online, the online sessions, what it was announced by the Manipal is a driver for the experienced people to join here, because we are serving thing how we will participate into the things. That was a novel idea. They have made it online, as well as they make it as a offline. Come to the colleges for the 7 days to understand that environment of all the things. We must thanks to Mr. Saab as well as the Manipal thing. This online assignment, other things, it was curated such a way that this technical, legal or contractor consultant, because we have a diverse group of the people put together and give you a group assignment where when everybody prepare their own thinking, thought process put into the paper, when come together and we were discussing, see, it enriched lot of things. How I am thinking as an engineer is thinking only engineering point of view, whereas legal flow is bringing the how statutory compliance, all the other things, how into fit to that. And some vendor is saying that how our supply chain management is going to distract your things, as well as our consultant point of view say that how this can be integrated into the things delivered to do that. I think this is the best thing we can able to do online. In the classroom we have a limited time to work, right? Whereas in online we have a flexibility to call any point of time, exchange our ideas, bring to the shape, and what we have given the project, I am satisfied that yes, what I intend to do that, the same way it was happened that. From that what I understand, instead of I am taking any decision in my job, into the job, I always bringing the people together, understand the knowledge, because interdisciplinary learning is very important. Because we having a different thought process, we mix to do that. Now it gives lot many confidence for me to take any decisions with the knowledge of all.
Excellent.
I thanks to this online is going to be a very, very value to the Manipal for the future to come. So many people will be interested to join.
Very good. The next question goes to Ashish. Sir. This blended learning from expert-led sessions, like what Mr. Manjat was telling, and some of them from overseas also we had. How this helped you to learn something new?
Sir, the best part of the pedagogy provided in this course is is a tailor-made for a group of people who are already acclaimed something in their respective industries, respective life. So this program, first and foremost, enabled all of us who are working in our respective industry and workplace to learn the legal aspect of the construction law. And when we talk about the various experts from the industry, from India as well as abroad, it actually provided the knowledge which was not available to us, and the kind of practices and all. I used to think when there is a Sharia in the GCC, how the commercial matters are working out there, how there will be a penalty, how there will be an interest, how there will be other taxes and all. And the best part is not about the experts who are teaching us, but the cohorts themselves. Like in our batch, we had people from Doha, we have people from the person from Qatar, Muscat, yeah, and like Suresh sir himself has worked so many years in the GCC, and then in the Indian diaspora also we have people from government sector. They were the Manjunath sir was running his own firm, so on and so forth. So that is why the kind of collective knowledge and insight which was brought in, wherein we used to enhance from the knowledge of the experts who are teaching us and from the knowledge of the cohorts. So that is why this blended program, bringing in and being in online, already Karan sir told, being in the online mode has really helped us to attend this kind of a course. And if I have told before also, if somebody in the industry want to break the plateau of their midlife professional crisis, so this course is
good one. The next question is to Bhatt sir. Sir, what specific skill and knowledge you could learn from this particular program, and how it was able, you are able to apply this in your day-to-day lives?
Very good question. Actually, basically speaking, course has brought in a lot of new knowledge in my career, particularly claim management, and then how to understand legal aspects better, and then how to read the other's mind. So what they can do next. So how I can be pre-prepared. So these are some of the things which this course brought to me, which I was not aware earlier. To be specific, we had so many cases in our company, and then I have cases which are in the stages of mediation, and some cases are in conciliation, and some arbitrations are going on. Under Section 34 challenges are there, and then we have cases pending in High Court, and also one case is now in Supreme Court also. So I think I have complete lineup or idea, whatever is there, everything is in place as on today. So I was in fact finding it so difficult to understand how to go and how to talk to an advocate, and how to present ourselves, how to prepare the case statements, and how to prepare the evidences. So these were actually missing, and then we were sometimes even going to some external agency for helping us in preparing all those things. So this course brought in so much of confidence and knowledge to me. Today I have discontinued that external assistance, and I am happy to say that I have onboarded one of our LLM graduate, Mr. Anupam, in my company as a legal and contracts officer, and he is assisting me today, and we have set up our own system, and then we are now self-sufficient, and we can go easily to any client or any advocate, and we are going to court, and we are able to talk to advocates, we can able to understand what they want next. So the system is in place. So this is a good thing which has happened from this one. Not only me, my company is also benefited.
Excellent, excellent. My next question goes to our youngest member. In your view, how collaboration, you are being a lawyer, collaboration between engineer and lawyer is essential to run modern construction projects. What is your views?
Understanding, and it was difficult to also when we talk about engineers, they know the ground realities, what happens in a site, how it works, but even though they understand this, the contractual requirements they might not understand what triggers the clauses, like the variation clauses, or suppose let's say an engineer just routinely gives a talks about the variation. Suppose he is giving a design clarification, and that is a routine aspect of his duty. So, but only a lawyer might be able to say whether it is triggering this variation clause, or whether any claim it is going to any compensation or not. So I think if there is if the lawyer also has a technical understanding, then he might be able to come up with better claims, and an early collaboration might even avoid, how do I put this, like we can move from a reactive dispute resolution to a proactive risk management.
Very good, very good.
So that is my...
The next question goes to Ashish. Ashish, how do you feel this particular program influence your professional trajectory, and how it helped you?
Sir, in a rapid fire format, I would say, last year I was a student, this year I'm a panelist. The trajectory has been very fine. But to my testimony, I can tell you, sir, for the second batch, I am the contract law teacher, sir. My student in my testimony, whatever I have done, sir. But second testimony I can provide, sir. After seeing my performance in my work, 4 of the cohorts of the next batch are my senior colleagues whom I used to report. So But yes, I am from a government sector, and it happens when you reach a mid-level of professional journey, our knowledge is very in bits and bits. It happens to a desk specific. And in a government sector, it's a very colloquial, we say on-the-job training. So on-the-job training has a flip side. You get trained into only those kind of particular case which comes to a desk in which you deal. So you become good in some particular type of work. So this course fulfills all those colors of the spectrum of your professional knowledge which is missing due to your not touching of those kind of courses. So that's the best part which has happened to me with this course.
Excellent. Your big hands. The next question goes to Kumara sir. Sir, to our juniors, what message you will be giving, sir?
The message is because now in the second batch, my side 7 people have got admitted now. In the next batch, 10 more definitely will be joining because we seen the importance of this course and in our working area. And I say the essence of this course definitely help us in performing in a better way. So all the engineers should take, and as well as law advocates also to join this course. Engineering advocates both are not different silos. They should be integrated, and both should learn each of the subjects so that help in their dual specialization and performance better. Thank you, sir.
Good, sir. Good. My question next go to Karthik. Karthik, this course exposes you to some of the engineering and project management techniques. How this concept change your way of thinking about the disputes, understanding about the disputes?
Sir, like I was saying before.
Elaborating your earlier answer.
Yes. I'm just so like I was saying that before I had no technical knowledge about the construction. Also, many of my co-advocates were under the assumption that construction law means real estate law. So they were under this misunderstanding कि ऐसा है. So I was also not able to make them understand what it is, and because I also was not clear about it. So after joining here, sir and talking to other engineers and all, and there were also site visits. So when we went to site visits, sir had explained us how it works, how risk arises in a construction project, how they build from starting to end, from the tender stage to handing over the project. So all of these things, so various terms we were able to understand. So in our legal profession, it is mostly based on document analysis and understanding the legal the sections and making claims based on that. So these technical terms and these technical aspects of procurement, risk analysis, sequential, how it impacts on the sequence, as-built technology. So these terms help me to get a context when I go through these documents. I get a contextual understanding of the documents, and that helps me prepare better claims. So
my next question go to Manju sir. Sir, what is the biggest obstacle you had in aligning your engineering knowledge with legal knowledge?
Right. As an engineer or a project manager, I'm more used to quality, cost, time, execution efficiency, right? Whereas, as a lawyer or a legal professional would give more importance for documentation, procedural compliance, statutory this one. So we just get some approvals for going ahead. We just go ahead without worrying about variation or writing a notice and other things. That was one major point. And another is, as an engineer, like we focus we rely more on, say, technical data, drawings, and practical feasibility to continue the project. Whereas we don't bother more about this precedents. As a lawyer, they would say whether you have sent notices, whether there were precedent, citation, and lot of other things. So we need to, and again documentation also for that matter. And rarely we have, what I observed is the legal team within the developer, they interact with the outside advocates when they handle the cases. And only when there is some sort of a technical clarification is needed, they involve the project contracts department or project managers as such. So it needs to be, we need to be more proactive, and what they say is documentation.
Excellent.
That's it.
Excellent. Next question, we go to Kumarasan as well as Batsab also can answer that, sir. What kind of emerging construction law requires more cooperation or coordination between engineers and lawyers? What kind of, both of you can answer.
So we need lawyers and engineers both work together, because now BIM and blockchain technology and so on, latest technologies are implemented in construction. Documentation is happening, and it is the process, as our Ikmar sir, director, said in the morning. So it is an integrated approach. There, dispute avoidance and generation of disputes. So it will, that's why engineers and lawyers, they have to work together. So engineering and legal knowledge both are required. So not only engineering, for advocates also some bit of technical delay, for analyzing delay, understanding the delay analysis, disputes and all, that is required. So both should go hand in hand. So,
yeah, continuing with what Kumar sir has said, like he said, yes, we have to have common understanding of the law. Basically, the contracts law is very predominant in our case, along with our Arbitration Conciliation Act. Having said that, I also would like to say that the first 2 decades of this century has been focusing on governance, corporate governance. But now, the next 2 decades are going to be concentrating on the digital transformation and ESG governance. So I think we have to also understand those aspects, and then both lawyers and engineers both need to look at that angle, and we need to be prepared for that also.
Good. My question goes to Kannan sir. How will you look in the future, people like us, cross-trained, functional, legal as well as technical, how the future looks like?
see, this cross-examined, okay, type of professional is the value driver for any company to have the. Why I am saying that, the way I worked earlier, always being a technical man, based on the technical, I create a dispute and leave it. That will go to somebody else, he will do that. At the end of the day, that fellow is telling there is not at all dispute. After 2-3 years, he will complete that. Okay, that is one of the things. And if that goes to the dispute, and the dispute we are not able to prove, he is saying that your documentation is not correct, your argument is not correct, your assumption is not correct. So these are the pain point, you do after 2-3 years, you make like this, it looks very hard because we are looking at whether we properly not done or not. When we do this type of cross-examine, I will tell one of the things, misrepresented fraud, okay. This is what we have talked to them and get settlement from the my employer, okay. They have given some excavation, okay, excavation, they have given some rate, we are also provided rate. Where that scope it is clearly saying that we are already excavated thing, I have to make only height adjustment you have to do. That client has come, they have told, please you excavate some area of volume of things, he asked to do that. We also done, and we also claimed. But we look at the price, it was, the cost over invoice was more, our company asking question to us. When we started raiding this, because I got something like that, then we saw that, we went to the client, we said that it's a misrepresented fraud, you have asked for the rate for the dressing and you are asking for that, how it is possible? Then he is taking, you have taken the measurement with the agree, we told the under protest only I have taken, because whatever you have given that, you have to do that. Then the crores of money, we got it from that. So what I am saying, this cross-blended professional can make dispute into opportunity and the opportunity into the other thing. So in my opinion, based on the knowledge we acquired from this, we should think contractually, act technically, and document strategically. And you please disputes should be resolved intelligently, smartly. So that way, I think Manipal Law School provided a lot of knowledge to us. Okay.
to face the today construction things relevant to them. That much only I can. Very good, sir. Very good. Very good. This question, additional question. How this MLS course helped you to understand delay disruption claims?
As I was saying, well, as a lawyer who was not aware of these things, I had, it gave me a lot of contextual understanding of what these sequences. There were many technical terms like how the variation affects a project, how any issue happens, let's say any third party involvement, or how the claims change. So it gave me an understanding of the ground realities of a project and how I perceive my claims, how I can perceive these instances, and it helped me to understand this better.
Now we go to the next round of...
Use our services, let him not understand it.
No, we'll do some sort of rapid fire questions.
Not too much cross the bridge, sir.
Correct. Rapid fire. This I request you to answer in one word or one sentence. That is no second sentence, okay? My first question goes to G.D. Kumara sir. Law or engineering, which causes more disputes?
Neither the dispute or communicate with miscommunication only causes.
Second question goes to Manju sir. Manju sir, one skill every engineer should learn from lawyers.
Okay, I already said clear documentation. Probably another one may be structured reasoning, like how the lawyer puts it into each.
One word, one sentence.
Already I have...
Okay. Next question goes to Kannan sir. One skill every lawyer should learn from engineer. I asked to Karthik, but I am asking. What again, please repeat. One skill every lawyer should learn from engineer.
When lawyer go to that, they will go with the classes which is
one sentence.
And only our input of technical things to them to facilitate that case.
Good sir. Shashindra sir, what is the fastest way to avoid construction dispute?
I think clear contract understanding, clear scope definition, and then keeping good records.
Karthik, one line best describes MLS interdisciplinary approach.
I think understanding of legal reasoning and engineering logic in a construction project, I think.
Good. Ashish, sir, which is harder, interpreting a contract clause or interpreting Gantt chart?
It depends who's reading it, sir. It may have been taught both.
My next question is to Manjunath sir. Most misunderstood word in construction contracts?
Reasonable. Most misunderstood word is reasonable. Because you feel you've given us reasonable time. And a contractor, owner feels he has given reasonable amount, but contractor feels it's not enough.
Reasonable is reasonable for both parties.
Yeah, that is the most misunderstood.
Shashindra sir, biggest mistake engineers make during project execution?
Doing a right work without right documentation.
Very good sir, very good, very good, very good. Karthik, biggest mistake lawyer makes in construction disputes?
So not understanding the technical aspect and that are really
Understood.
Chairman sir, delay analysis or cost claim, which is tougher?
Delay analysis, because cost, it's a prove to, you have the time to prove. No?
Ashish,
Sir.
one technology that will change construction disputes forever?
Sir, digitization of evidences from before the preparation of contract, during the contract and after the contract, through BIM and the CDS.
Kumara sir, if you choose one, dispute resolution or dispute avoidance?
Dispute avoidance.
Why?
Because it is cheaper, clearer and cleaner.
Manu sir, one thing arbitrator secretly wish project teams to understand better. Arbitrator, what he will wish?
Project team. Better than not come to meet kind, sir.
Good. Next is to Karthik. One reason MLS graduate will thrive in construction law.
I think the best way to put this is they understand both languages, technical and
Very good. Kumara sir? Yes, sir. One word to describe future of construction law.
What to say? Oh, what's fun.
Integrated law and engineering both. That's what
Kannan sir, more complex, reading a reinforcement drawing or FIDIC contract?
FIDIC. Because, no, I will tell you real reason. FIDIC, when it come to India, our employer changes the particular contract condition in one thing. It is connected with so many things. They could not understand that. But at least BPS having dimension under you understand.
Construction dispute is going to be a movie genre. One of a movie genre. What genre you feel the construction law should be?
It will be definitely a thriller with so many twists. And I think we can also, it can be a long movie with 2 intervals. Like winner.
Horror movie. Very good, sir. Sir Kumara sir, one thing you wish every project team should start from day one.
Read the contract cover to cover.
Excellent, sir, excellent. Shasindra sir, I get to you. If the engineers and lawyers swapping the roads, how do they will feel?
The next day, the next day they both will respect each other much more than what they used to.
Ashish, shortest advice, sir. You want to avoid arbitration. So, nip the bud. Nip the bud. Engage early. Very good, sir. Sir, with this we come to the end of the session, sir.
What is good about it? They finished on time.
We have sir, we have another 10 minutes. We understand. Sir, we have another 5 minutes. Let me conclude, sir. Let me conclude.
One has class with
We will send, sir, reasonable. We will send the exclamation claim to the organizer.
Sir, we are coming close to this round table. I want to thank every participant. Actually, it was one of the very good, very interactive session we had. Our theme of bridging the gap, law meets engineering, it is actually fulfilled. This opportunity will bring us better contracts, better project governance, strongest professional relationships, and more predictable outcomes, dispute outcomes. What emerged today is the essence of Manipal Law School experience. With this, we will thank all to Manipal Law School, Professor Venkat sir, everyone. Thank you.
What is that from me, myself, one minute I will take. Only 1 minute. So, basically I find it, this experienced engineers, experienced lawyers, when they come and they do, it is the need basically. Even I am also teaching MBA in University of Petroleum and Studies. So they, they don't want to lose the job, or they don't want to come when they are in a job. So it was really interesting, and there was a need, you felt the need. So I have done one project in my thesis. I have identified 58 factors. Normally, if you, in the research parlance, 4, 5 factors, 10 factors, 15 factors. It is kind of, because those who know, those who are in the field, they can identify all those things. So you have identified so many factors. So you have landed into a problem and you wanted to, you find the solution. So I am really great that my friend has started this course, and thanks to my friend and all your experience, and you as an alumni of this institute, it is also my pleasure to get associated with this institute. Thank you so much.
I mentioned this time, you told that MLS is going to be a king college, not an emperor college, because our, why you are saying the volume of the dispute available in India.
We are not king, they are emperor. Please stay. We will facilitate you with your own diaries.
In your hand, but maybe from your photographer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Are they able to hear? Lot of Are you able to hear?
Drop me somewhere where I can
Yeah, we are hearing. It is audible.
Pradeep sir, you please hold on because you are a prize winner. We will come to you in a minute. Now, Ranak and Caesar will be addressing the audience. Then you can come in. So, Caesar, we are here to hear from you. We are running behind the time like any other construction project. So we have to mitigate. So there is a request here to mitigate the delays. So make it short.
Not more than 5 minutes, right? Yeah. My time starts now. Respected honorable dignitaries of the Manipal Law School. I'm Professor Dr. Sridhar Mote. I'm a professor of practice in Nikmar University of Construction Studies, Hyderabad. I handled a subject contract management for both this law stream as well as engineering stream. I'm very happy that this webinar is a session. I hope I'm audible, Deepak? I'm audible?
Yeah. Carry on. Very much.
Yeah. So this is a great confluence of these both streams, engineers and lawyers for this. It is a great opportunity for me to talk because this is the need of our is. There is a lot of construction disputes going on in our country. Many projects are running behind the schedules and there are a lot of disputes. Basically, professionals are lacking legal knowledge, though they are technically sound. And in other way, the persons who are dealing the cases, the lawyers, have to be abreast of the technicalities. So it is a hybrid mode, this construction law, to give a glimpse, and also arbitration fundamentals for both lawyers as well as, I think this is the second or third batch running them. And I'm exclusively dealing with the contract management aspects for this. I'm happy that this has come up very well, and it is all due to the efforts of the persons here, especially the Manipal Law School, and Professor Venkat and his team, who have done a great efforts in bringing a success to this. And also, I wish that the budding professionals, lawyers as well as the engineers who are doing this course should get benefit of this and use their expertise so that the construction industry gets benefited. Because by doing such a course, there is a good professional accomplishments are there, and one can strive for reducing the disputes in construction industry by enhancing their knowledge, because construction industry, as we all know, is the second largest in terms of employment generation, and more than 90% of projects are getting delayed, which are raising disputes, more than 1.5 lakh crores. So disputes should be avoided, and there should be effective dispute resolution mechanisms so that the professionals who are doing this should strive to avoid the disputes, make a speedy and effective dispute resolution so that the growth of the construction industry will flourish and all-round infrastructure growth will be achieved. Say we are going to be some ambitious plan for infrastructure growth that we have to strive as a professional. Thank you, all the best, and I thank Professor Venkat for giving me an opportunity, and I thank all the streams, professionals, lawyers and engineers and all the dignitaries attending the conference. A great grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you. We will get Ranak.
he speaks, it will come, sir.
He left, sir.
When Mr. speaks, it will come automatically.
Sir is ready. Sir. They are not speakers, they are the award winners. We have to start that. Okay, otherwise we'll start that.
I'm calling him, so just 1 second. He's speaking.
Yes.
Divya from Manipal. So, are you in a position to join the call? Because this is me now. He's actually traveling. Okay, that's okay.
Okay. So,
Sure.
so now we'll start the prize distribution. This is the paper. Yeah, put. But you can put the same. But you can share it as a. You can share here. Screen share.
Last time I came,
you can see now. We can see it. But we will not do that. Sir, are you able to hear us? Are you able to hear us? You are muted.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Deepak, fair enough. So, which one is? No? Okay. Let him speak now.
He can speak. He'll be able to hear.
so it will take you as another member in
So,
Talk about what is theme 1 and all.
yeah, I will. Okay, we had 3 themes on which we have asked authors to write various papers, some of them on compulsion even, right? So, we had around 33 papers submitted. The technology was the theme 1, sustainability was the theme 2, and that ADR and the developments is the theme 3. So, we have winners here, you can see for yourself. So, for the theme 1, Murli and Ronak were the juries. So, we have the top performer Koel, Pratik and Sachindra. Please come collect your... Only we have 1 cup. Only 1 cup.
Because they are cold, right?
Quarter, yeah.
Video movements from.
No, you 3 are authors, I'm not the author.
Rotation.
Pratik, you have to touch it because it's part of yours. Pratik. Now we have the winner, unassailable Pradeep Reddy. So Reddy, you can speak now.
Thank you all, this is wonderful. In fact, I wrote my paper on the topic of construction law as a separate aspect. and the need for construction codes. I'll speak on that for a minute. If we talk about things like 5 years ago, 10 years, maybe 20 years ago, we did not have a separate VERA body for the real estate activities. We didn't have NCLT or NCLAT. We didn't have commercial codes. But now all those things are possible. So maybe it is very likely that we could have construction codes in the near future. When you walk into a court, you need separate assistants to carry all your files. I mean, we have such bulky cases. So other than arbitration, the only other solution is to have separate construction codes. Well, there is a slight distinction, if I say, between courts and arbitration or construction. That is, in courts we have adjournments, in construction we have delays. Both similar, but they are as different and as similar as each other. I think what we are envisaging now is a new future which we are all probably part of, and Manipal is taking the lead in that. And the day it becomes successful, let us all remember that at least now, or maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, when Manipal started this activity, we are all part of it. So I thank all the organizers for this successful event, and thank you for choosing me as the winner. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep sir. Your prize will be couriered to you soon.
Thank you.
Theme 2, sustainability. So both the judges are here. So we want to spare any words, sir, like about that. Sir, briefly. Especially this team, they have done exceedingly well. As the entire forum, whether it is a legal, there is a delay. The delay, wherever it occurs, the team overrun, it's a cost to overrun. So they have come out with a nice idea, especially for land issues, because any big project, land issue, acquiring land, that takes a lot of time. So we found, Prasad Aro is also there and the team, they have done exceedingly well. It's a very good paper, sir. Little corrections you can improve, and it will be, the whole world should, know about your paper. Thank you so much. Big clap to you. So, team 2, the top performer is Divya. She said she's not prepared at all. I don't know how she managed to get a top performer.
Yes. Sure, thanks, Milana, for that. Thank you so much.
Okay, come. So the winner here is again Shachindra and Anupam. I think when a lawyer and engineer join together, naturally you are the winner. Oh, okay.
1034.
The theme 3 about ADR, the advanced methods like expert determination and what could be done. Here, the top performer is Jyotika. She is not there. So the winner is Revati, Anushka and Ayush. Revati is on screen. You want to?
Yes. My co-authors are here as well, Anushka and Ayush. Yes. Firstly, sir. Yes. Anushka is already here. Ayush will be.
Yeah.
No problem, sir.
So speak, at least we are able to hear you. We are not able to see the screen, but how was your feeling?
Definitely. Sir, we are all beyond elated and we are just filled with joy. And Professor Venkat, firstly, I would just congratulate you for organizing this seamless event. The coordination was wonderful. I'll also congratulate the entire MLS team who was working throughout the entire event. So Milana is getting bigger and better every time. So I hope to see you next year as well. And maybe of course we could, if we could meet in person, it would be really, really great. And yes, I'd also like to say that representing my institution at an institution where I used to teach, it is another feeling. It is a feeling beyond the world. So I'm really, really happy. And of course, it would not be really, appropriate. It would be more appropriate if I just invite my co-authors to speak as well, to share their joy. Thank you, sir. Yes, I use so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Venkat sir. Thank you, the entire organizing team of Milana 2025 for giving us the wonderful opportunity to write and showcase our interest in construction law. We are really thankful for the opportunity that's been given to us. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
One more author is there. She's going to speak. Anushka.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, my co-author, and thank you to the whole Milana organizing committee and team for putting up such a wonderful conference. And throughout this whole research and compilation journey, I've got to learn a lot regarding construction disputes and construction arbitration law. And I would love to work a lot in the near future in this field and participate in further editions of Milana as well. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Congratulations. Thank you. So now we have one more special winner. All-round great performance. It goes to Suresh. So his strategy was simple. Write as many as possible. Get into every team possible. Right? Try to impress at least one panel. Very man of the series. Man of the series. Champion of champions. Whichever way you want to call it. Thank you, sir. Done, no? Okay. So we have finished that. Now we will have a short debate. Right?
Break.
Not break. Break is only the end. So we will have one debate, and after that we have one myth-busting session. After that we are going to have coffee and all. So now let's go with that. Maybe can somebody arrange chairs like 1, 2, 2? No. I need to go for a meal.
Sir, thank you so much.
Yeah. So welcome all for this debate on technology versus law. So I think in the first half of the session, when we had the first session in the inaugural today, we started with technology, right? I think sir moderated that session, and we discussed a lot about how technology is changing the entire landscape of how things are evolving around the projects and construction industry. So, and especially when we are talking about Milana, this rightly we are talking about technology and law. Okay? And so here is the debate to, something that we need to think and, talk about. So I think all have voted? No, there are 35 people in the room. I got 35 votes. So please vote. Okay, so people have not voted. You can vote only once. No, please don't do that. FIR is coming. We have here two teams, I think, Shweta, you are going to argue for the technology, yes, right? So team A, they are going to argue that technology is going to be the lead for solving all the disputes, whereas team B, Mr. Charan Raj and Ms. Pratiksha are going to argue for the law, right? So let us finish off the voting. Yeah. 21. Still 24 only, sir. 24? Anyone's phone's not working? We are not here. Huh? So we are not voting. We are, don't vote us. Okay. Internet has been slow? Okay. So technology is not good, eh? Just starting it. Not able to vote? No, that is already voted then. Yeah. Deepak, sir, block the votes. Yes, sir. Now we'll hear the arguments.
Honorable chairs, respected jury, everyone here. Generally, the construction disputes usually go from three basic things. The first one is the design issues. Second one is the poor records. And the third one is the subjectivity of the matter. Technology tracks these issues at the source itself, long before the law ever can get involved. That's the point number one. Now let's take the design disputes first. Most conflict starts because of the various design issues between the architectural drawings, structural drawings, MEP drawings, interior fit-out drawings, as well as the specification changes, which contradicts each other. So building information modeling fixes this by giving one coordinated 3D spatial modeling up to 10D spatial as well as the different layers of information. This detect and eliminate clashes. Nothing depends on just interpretation anymore. Now in the case of P.V. Anwar versus P.K. Bashir, the Supreme Court held that the digital records produced from proper electronic sources are primary evidences. That means BIM logs and revision histories are not just technical files. The court treated them as a decisive document. Now again going to the Arjun P.K. versus Kailash K.G. in 2020, court reaffirmed the authenticated electronic device, electronic evidence cannot be ignored and carries the same weight as original documents. This strengthens the credibility of digital records and AI-generated logs by blockchain technology. Now come to the delay disputes. AI analysis, sequencing, procurement schedule, productivity, and daily production report to predict the risks early, giving time to act before the claim explodes. Instead of waiting for blame game later, AI pushes the industry towards prevention, since blockchain authenticated digital logs are now fully admissible. inflated or speculative delay claims lost their footings. Some of the most common technologies that reduce the construction disputes in the construction industry are GPS assisted survey, land scanning for geotechnical investigation, computer assisted drafting, structural designing, quantity surveying, estimation, planning and scheduling, risk analysis, Monte Carlo analysis, building information modeling, as well as the 3D printing technology. So, in summary, I am saying that technology that manages objective matters, not the subjective ones, don't replace the law, but it makes disputes weaker even before they start. Over to you.
So next I would like to highlight
They will give a chance for them, that will be better.
this comes part of opening.
Part of opening.
So next I would like to highlight payment disputes, how technology is reducing payment disputes. Despite payment disputes being most common in construction, technologies like blockchain will solve this by creating a tamper-proof time-stamped ledger. So you don't have to see when the payment certificate was or when the milestone was certified. You already have blockchain which is proving you with the timestamp at what time and on what day it was certified. Indian courts already accept this direction in Shafi Mohammed versus State of Himachal Pradesh. The Supreme Court relaxed the procedural requirements for electronic evidence, saying that focus should be on reliability and not rigid technicalities. So blockchain fits perfectly in this. Next, there is also a global trend if we go through the new laws that has been frameworks given by UN Citral frameworks on electronic communications and cross-border recognition of digital records. This all push construction practice towards digital evidence by default. So even if we are recently in July 2024, Specialized Express Dispute Resolution, that is SPDR, this aligns with the reforms internationally are encouraging tech-driven dispute reduction through structured digital records and real-time documentations. So even if we look at digital contracts, even that helps in reducing the disputes. So basically technology, we don't want to replace the law. We are just saying we will reduce the disputes that are going in front of courts, which can already be resolved using technology.
Okay, fair enough. I think Team A has made a very valid opening remarks about how they want to defend their motion. So now I would hand over to Team B. And you may please make your statements.
Respected moderators, learned judges and my fellow participants, I would firmly oppose to the motion what Team A has made. While technology is undoubtedly a useful tool, I would still say that it only looks into the assistance of the process, while when it comes to the rights, obligations, enforcement and all such things, the law only governs it. So disputes in construction are legal in nature mostly, and therefore only legal frameworks can provide final binding resolutions. So first point would be construction disputes arises from legal rights, not technical gaps, like breach of contract maybe, or maybe there is changes in some kind of variation, payments, risk allocation. All these things are legal aspects and not anything related to technology. So these issues are legal, and even if technology tracks all these things, it cannot decide the liability or entitlement. So technology can only show what happened, and the law decides who is responsible. Coming to the next point, technology has no enforceability as law does. So technology can detect the errors or show the defects or whatever it is, but still technology cannot compel compliance. So BIM may identify a design clash, or maybe project software may show delay. Drones may record site conditions, but if a party refuses to pay, grant extensions, or maybe accept the responsibility, only law can make the enforcement or put some obligation through courts or maybe arbitration, adjudication and all that. So without legal backing, technology remains advisory and non-binding. Over.
Actually, in this concept, technology will reduce construction dispute more than law. But I'm strongly objecting against the motion. How means, and just on 4 points only I want to say. In construction disputes, and not only construction disputes,
technology is from the very long-standing technologies available in the markets. But in construction disputes, the technology is to define which is right and which is wrong is very difficult. How we can say means the technology will reduce the technical errors, but it cannot replace the human errors. But if the technology can record the facts, but it can interpret the rights of enforcement of remedies. And also, a technology may assist the dispute preventions, but the law is a primary force in reducing the construction disputes. Data may show that what happened, but the law determines that who is liable, because in the disputes, the technology may only help the laws to identify which is where is wrong is available. For example, if any delays happen, means whatever beams, whatever BIM technology they are having, they should be input by only one person. By using the law only we can decide which is whether extension is valid or not. So technology more than law is the only thing we can identify, solve the issues.
Moreover, technology itself creates new disputes. For example, data ownership, maybe accuracy of digital models, then responsibility for software errors and all such things. So it will create more issues rather than reducing the disputes.
Okay, so I think both sides are made. Rebuttals.
The opposition just now told that the technology creates new dispute. That's a fact to a certain extent, but the scale doesn't compare. A few technical glitches are always common. But when compared to the traditional disputes such as design errors, delay ambiguities, payment manipulation, and missing documentation, these disputes cost several millions or crores of rupees compared to the other glitches. They also argued earlier that the technology is powerless unless the law recognizes it. But the law already recognized it. As I mentioned in the opening speech, the PV Anwar case as well as in the Arjun PK case, explicitly Supreme Court made authenticated digital records as a primary, reliable, admissible documents, evidence. The BIM logs and blockchain ledgers and AI generators schedules are exactly the real-time authenticated digital evidence and exactly matching with the Supreme Court decisions. Now on blockchain, they said certification itself can still be disputed. That is also fact, but agreed. But the blockchain eliminates every dispute after certification. That is the one we need for the arbitration as well as for the litigation. Once recorded, no one can twist the timeline or manipulate the payment trail. That alone removes the majority of payment disputes in this construction-related industry. Proper application of technology will speed up the objective task. Once again, I affirm that is the objective task, and reduce the need for human discretion for interpretative decisions, which in turn help to reduce the construction disputes.
So I would just like to add one more point, like she said, that legal rights, still the court will only uphold it, but whose legal rights is violated and whose legal rights is supposed to be upheld, this we can easily track through technology. When BIM contracts, everything are, we have 500 plus contributors in BIM contracts. So who has made the mistake, who has caused the delays? All this is easily trackable, and even through engineer determinations, most of the disputes can be solved at site before going to court level. So technology is still helping in reducing disputes.
Okay. So we'll hear the final words from the team.
Yes, sir. Actually, they are saying that technology is very useful for everything. But the only thing here, if technology fails, means what they will do. Only law will only give the correction, what are the things are corrected. The law only will decide finally. For example, if the technology they are using all data, or if an employer or contractor are backupping the data by using technology, if anything happens, if anything not able to identify what the issue was happened exactly, then the only thing the law by contractual obligations, what are the materials we are having, that with that only we can prove ourselves. So more than our motion is not against the motion completely. Technology is only to help if you want to solve the issue and amicably for both the persons to in a neutral way to find out the real solution for the things. So by using the law, we have to find we can bring the correct solutions for the two things.
So just last moment, that's law resolves the disputes after it arises, but technology prevents them before they exist. So this is the only difference.
And one more thing,
are also using for the case laws only to bring them right or wrong. So they are trying to say that the Supreme Court rulings, so the law only prevailing more than the technology. So to identify which is right or which is wrong, the law is the only thing and find out the solution to bring all the neutral way. That's why.
In opening statement we told technology is not here to replace law, it is just here to reduce the disputes.
It is more than technology. We also accept technology is only a tool to use the law to bring the solutions in a very speedy manner.
More the tool to reduce burden of the judiciary also.
That is correct only, but it cannot be surveyed more than the law.
And like
The law is supremax, we are reading in the UG also, no?
So like you said, if technology fails, at least there are so many contributors, there are so many servers through which you can track where it has failed. But how are you going to track when someone makes a wrong entry?
I think it's like if you are having a laptop, if you are having any hardware, any interviews, if you are losing it, then what will do? The next thing only, even though we are having cloud, everything we are having also, finally the execution is by law only. In that way I am saying.
Even if the
Technology reduce the construction disputes a lot. This is the fact. Okay, law will be there, but it reduces the construction disputes. This is what we are arguing.
Not only for construction disputes. Technology is for all kind of disputes.
What you mentioned is the construction disputes in the design stages. Mostly it is coming from the unforeseen disputes like underground design issues. So mostly nowadays the technology of the scanning devices, so it able to give accurate, help the structural engineers to go ahead with accurate design rather than going for the just borehole logs and design something and the foundations fail in the later stage. That's the first thing. Then the second thing, if you go to that, in the all earlier days, the structural designers used to do it by hand. Nowadays, the StatPro like technology-based structural design softwares are available. Now, earlier days they used the chain survey. Now the GPS-assisted surveys. They provide excellent and perfect levels and everything. And when it goes to the BIM modeling, that's a technology. BIM is a technology. It's not only the spatial 3D modeling, but all the information together. So it's avoid all kind of clashes that avoid a lot of disputes. This is the way I'm saying. Technology reduces the construction disputes. So no need to intervene the law. Law is the later stage.
There are also liability to understand. Technology will use technology tool is used for the construction disputes to bring out the solution. That is my finally. I must say.
Yeah, because technology reduced already a lot of disputes.
Reducing is different. I am saying that it will help to assist. It will help to assist to bring the solution with a clear.
My advice is something for mediation.
Okay, so we'll have the. I'll just probe, just to playing a devil's advocate. I'll put one or two questions from whatever you have said, and to you also, right? So when you said, when they argued that, technology or, glitches, okay, it could be in terms of flawed BIM models, or let's say, we only say, AI says, AI will not give you the exact data. Be careful before using it, okay? So in such cases where technology may give you a flawed set of results, okay, right? Technology may give you.
That's why I mentioned after certification, it is a perfect data. Until certification I agreed, but after certification that's the final data.
So in such cases where you have a problem with the issue with the data, who owns the final accountability if not the legal system?
Ultimately it will.
No, data at the time after entering into this blockchain chains, everyone have the chance to look into the data and correct it at that time itself. After that, it is sealed.
Okay. Anything that you want to say?
So in blockchain it is not easy to enter wrong data also. And even if it is entered, and it's easy to detect that this data was wrong. So even that way we are reducing disputes to one extent.
Data was entered by humans only.
No, so
human errors make
we are not limiting on one technology. For we are generalizing technology when it could be broader level. BIM. We started with BIM, AI. Okay. So my question is generic, not very really on blockchain alone. Okay. The second question is when we are talking about these technology. Okay. If can technology really truly reduce disputes in projects. Okay. Where let's say there is power asymmetry. Which means, in some cases where there is a authority, in terms of public authority has a larger, power, and let's say when we are looking at the scale of implementation, right? Not everybody can afford to bring this technology in place, right? So in such cases, how these dispute reduction shall depend really upon the technology that you are going to adopt. Anything that you want to?
So imagine, instead of using the traditional geotechnical reports and the new technology using the advanced scanners as well as this one. So the chances of foundation failure are reduced almost to a bare minimum. So design related issues will never come. And as I mentioned, GPS assisted the survey methods. They reduced they almost eliminate the survey issues, and it's very quick and fast, as well as removed all the disputes. That's the thing. And also the estimation and the cost control softwares, and the planning, as well as the planning, scheduling, risk analysis softwares like Monte Carlo analysis, as well as other softwares are there. Then billing information and modeling and all. Imagine 10 years before, a lot of disputes always arise, but this one, reduced disputes to a major extent.
Okay, then I have some questions for you as well. So I think in the opening statement they made, how technology can help move through the case faster with better data and everything. So, and you also said about, about clash detection, and I think in your opening statements you mentioned about clash detection. So if technology can really, can identify clashes, design glitches, project delays, okay, and flag these months in advance, not now, when the dispute happens or when a situation arises. Because of this, the predictability is increasing. You are able to, understand risk better. So if that is what you are saying, okay, now when the technology is able to reduce these things, are we then not saying in cases where the technology is not really put into use, law is reactive than being predictive or preventive? How do you argue this?
Yes, sir. Actually, still no technologies for what are the technologies are using for the disputes, to resolve disputes. The law is only they can use the tool as only tool for the solutions. If anything issues, we have to find out the solutions. Means by the tool we can find out the reality of the things what happen exactly. So in that way, technology is very good. So it will be the say that technology can solve everything.
Earlier, I
Now. So what do you say, sir? You will take over it?
Huh? You can't vote.
No.
You are voting. Okay, they can vote. They are not part of the discussion.
Okay.
Like that? They had only 9 earlier. They changed opinion. 32-9 earlier.
Yeah.
So now let us see the final round. 2 more votes to Oh, close.
Moral victory for them.
Moral victory?
Moral have been able to.
No, they are the real winner. From 9 to 14, they were able to swing the decisions in their favor.
That's it, no, sir. 22 and 9.
Yeah, now there are two more people come in the room, then you have to take a percentage. So 31 is okay. 31, I think the law wins because they were able to make a small shift in their votes.
Actually,
Thank for them. Anyway, they will not be unhappy because they are also lawyers.
actually, sir, no, actually, the law is a power, technology is thing balance. But the both things we have to balance the things to get a solution.
Very good, well listened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. You want to ask a question?
So, unless it comes to dispute only, it will.
We will use transferring. The dispute resolved and then they.
It's okay. Thank you. And
So then I.
yeah. Come. Last year we had only 4 or 5. This day we have more, you know. Because we have where I will sit.
I'll give one more choice.
It's fine.
An interactive session. Common myths
Sorry?
location. She will not be able to shift herself to something new location or any other site, remote location. So, but they don't ask them what they want to do. Yes.
That we can't.
So, this is a really important thing to note, that we are ready and we are geared up with all the things what men can do.
Fair enough. So the contract administration often requires interacting with contractors and workforce. Is this a limitation for women, either lawyers or engineers? Nidhi.
I think being a female, it is better to, I feel that we have a quality that makes better on understanding, on empathize what the other person have the problem. Plus, we are able to convince, influence the opposite person. So in my case, I see that I'm able to mediate between the contractor and my owner. So and being the metro division with working with some 25 odd stakeholders, I feel that this kind of field should be led by women only. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you ask me, as she said, like, we have attention to detail, even when we review contracts, or even to negotiate, or even to follow up, or whatever it is, I would say that we actually, it's not about who is better. So I'm not getting in there. It's not about men versus women. It is about, first of all, this topic in 2025, I'm actually feeling a little bad to sit and talk about it, because we are not here fighting for like gender equality and all, because it has passed. That's why we have 7 men and 7 female students in our class for construction law. So I don't want to, but still again it's not men versus women. But we can, we are. It's just that people are not ready yet to trust us, thinking that mainly because of availability, but it makes sense, because even any projects worth like crores, you can't take a chance where okay, we'll give opportunity to women or everyone. We understand, but I wouldn't still say that give a chance or try and see, but that proportion should be there. Even everyone should be ready to take a chance for that.
Yeah, I'll give you a simple example. This time I came to NICMAR. Before that, I came in last time, November. That time there was 2 or 3 women candidates. Every time she start a sentence, being women in a EPC contract, I can't. This was she herself. I said, why you have this hesitation? No, EPC contracts, you don't know about it. We have to go to toxic areas where the effluent treatment plants. So even I can't, even if I want to go, I'm scary, it's scary. I don't want to go, and management doesn't want to. So she thinks that because she is women, she can't pursue the construction areas, and there is a limitation for her that it can't go beyond. Although we are in 21st century, we are talking about, but when it comes to construction, there are a lot of, not only here, even when you take construction law in other parts also, we have a lot of women in commercial law, we have a lot of people in other areas. The construction law or construction management, still it is male dominated and very little women being represented, including the arbitrators. Otherwise, why ICC have to conduct a conference every year, women in arbitration? Like, if it is already it's a gender equal, they need not to do that. So they are also encouraging more women to come and take arbitrate positions and other things. So there is a need. That's why this topic is there. Maybe the next Milana we will not have it. We have more women coming into the industry.
I would like to add one more point and add this. Back then, even I have seen a lot of women are working in the construction sites. If you can hire women for this physical labor work, which is difficult, why not for this? Where when we are equally educated, we are doing all the courses, we are meeting all the criteria. So if you can use women or hire women for the physical hard labor, then why not for this?
I would like to add you, in bullet train project, where L&T is also working, so they have set up a noise barrier factory, which is run by women, all women. Say it as a quality, say it as a project management, or any field work, it's all women. This factory is run by them. So I think it's not a big deal to do with such kind of thing. And there are many more examples where Tata PSP projects, and many other companies, they have started doing this all-women project.
Fair enough. So we will move to the women lawyers in the room, Manjula and Koel. So the construction disputes involve aggressive contractors and complex engineering issues. Are women really suited for such intensity?
So women are already lead major construction and arbitration dispute worldwide because they are already into panel of ICC, CIAC, LCI, where top and also top domestic institutions, where proving capability is universal and not gendered.
Okay, Koel?
Like ma'am said, I agree with you. Capability has no gender. And in the present era, women are leading the country. Our head of state is a woman, Draupadi Murmuji, and also our finance minister is a woman. We can see that these are all high intensity, high stakes. So right now we cannot say that there's a boundary in which a woman needs to be there. And the main thing is that a will and a determination to do. So when one person, irrespective of a gender, has the will and determination to do, there's no boundary. There's no boundary at all what a woman can do. So definitely it's a myth right now. Yes, sir.
Sir, I would like to add, because Justice Hima Kohli, who is a retired justice, she has actually handled many stake matters like construction disputes, and she's giving very good judgments also. And apart from that, the founder of Dua Associates, Pooja Dua, she's also handling commercial contracts like construction projects like for public sectors, which is for National Highway and CPWDs.
So the follow-up question on that is, claim preparation and cross-examination are tough environments. Is it realistic to expect women to lead these areas competently?
Women are good cross-examiners, we can say that.
I agree.
I think we are built, we have in that blood.
Ultimately, we'll make all the men to make yes for whatever we cross-examine.
Okay. Fair enough. So we will move on to the final round here to Bindu and Ashwini, who are only left now. So the question is, construction contracts involve high-value negotiations, aggressive timelines, tough commercial bargaining. You really feel that women are really suited to lead these intense negotiations, or sometimes you feel that this is not my job? Ashwini.
Okay. I think inherently we should accept also the fact that women are the best negotiators. And it has got, like each one of us here mentioned that there is no gender specification for any kind of intensity or the kind of talent that each one of us as people carry. And I don't understand sitting here, even, each one of us are, part of our own industries, leading like amazing jobs, and then to sit and question that if it is intensity based, then like she mentioned, we have the president who is the lady, we have the finance minister who is the lady. Where is there no intensity? For a lady, for a woman who is capable of physically bearing a child, what intensity are we talking about? So there we go.
That's it.
So you talked about the time, the intensity, and negotiation power.
Yes.
On a lighter note, at home, if the woman doesn't give the breakfast, none of the men and the kids are going to school and office on time, right? If they cannot negotiate with their mother-in-law, father-in-law, all of them, then they cannot hold the house properly. And they have to mediate the time. They have to give the time to their husband, the kids, mother-in-law, father. So all of them they can do beautifully at home. Why can't they do a written contract with the time is specified, quality is specified, everything is specified. We just need to read the book and then go and do the construction timely in a quality manner. The other part is really difficult where emotions are involved too. So I think women are the best engineers, and I've been in this field for 35 years. I could do most of the things where men couldn't do it, because we tell once and we'll stick on to it. When they come to us for so many things, we'll say, no, that's it, that's how you have to do. I've seen men adjusting, okay, you do this way, that way. So we have one word and we stick on to it.
And adding to what Madam has told, cricket has been a man's, playing field always. Haven't we done really well? Haven't we played World Cups? Haven't we won, and excelled in that field? So what comparison are we even talking about here?
The time, documents, nothing is gender specific. As Koil told me, we are not here to sit and argue what men can do, what women can do. If all of the men allow the women to go and do things, they'll excel well. That's what I feel.
Opportunities are required. Definitely we'll grab that opportunity and excel in that. And moreover, I think we should bring out in a society, we should grow up a man accepting women like us.
The future of construction law will not be built on myth, it will be built on merit.
Yes, that's it.
I have a question to all the men. Because we'll take through that way. Because I think that, gone are the days where women sitting and talking what we are capable of, we can do this, we can give birth, we can do, gone are the days where, everyone knows that everyone accepts it. So I don't think we have to sit and talk on that note. I'm so sorry, no offense, I didn't mean in that way. We'll take it in a professional way where the commitment issue, or is it the availability, or what exactly is the thing which you feel that you can't really give a project on the main roles or a complicated any kind of work to her. So that's a question because we all are like, we don't want to talk about those days where we talk about what we are capable of. It's very well accepted and written in golden words. So we'll talk on that.
Yeah, I want to answer your question. Yeah, basically you are right. In today's scenario, in this century, the woman has come up and on bar or above bar, whatever the way you call. But mostly the projects, it is the project comes in not in the city. Some project may come, but most of the project where there is no facilities. So that matters. That is the environment. In that situation, you have to work there. I have worked. We have funded Jayaprakash Industries Limited, Jayaprakash Associate Limited. They have built a plant that is 400 megawatt hydro plant. During the construction, we have gone inside the adit the tunnel. So basically, they will not make tunnel from one end to another. They will make small adit. They will go this way, that way. So what they will do, his strategy is successfully constructed even many such projects. They were in trouble now financially. He will man first military people. So because it's a remote. That is why it is not the question of capability. So don't underestimate or people are against.
I need to say something.
What if the most adverse climatic conditions are remote?
So why can't the company make the facilities for them to stay there?
It is there. The thing is, initially those days, we are talking about 30, 40 years.
We are talking now. We are talking about now.
No proper transportation.
I'm talking about now. 50 years back, no. Now we can.
Sir, I want to add that.
I'll add one thing. I used to do a project which is about 300 Diffu in Assam, where they, extremists, 42 extremists used to come to the site and they used to take money. That contractor had to pay money. They used to tell us, leave the site before 3 o'clock. It's not gender specific, it's some other men. Leave the site, otherwise it will be trouble for, they might that or something like that. So I used to go there, my company used to send me there, they never hesitated, not now, I'm talking about 15 years back. 15 years I used to go, nothing happened. And moreover, it's not anything, you have to have the passion to work, you have to have the willingness to work. It's women's willingness, whether they can do, they want to do or not.
They are capable, that
the willingness is what. If you give a proper, first of all, I tell you, none of the construction companies are making proper toilets for women. Why? If they are having a project cost 400 crores, they cannot make a toilet worth 40,000 rupees.
Not making it, there is no toilet, madam.
There is no toilet.
No, I'm being very, many of the contractor sites, madam talked about metro. I worked at Mumbai Metro project site. There are many sites where there is no separate toilet. Okay. So when this is the situation, it's not about capability anymore, okay? So
And safety, I feel I was the only lady with 600 workers and about maybe 40, 50 people. I was safe. They all used to safeguard me. When I have to go, they used to take me to, safety is not an issue, it's how you, and another thing is how we project ourselves. We project properly, we get the safety.
I would like to add to that, sir. For out of my 18 years of service with the Public Works Department in Karnataka, I have, put about 9 years of service in BBMP. So all the works that get executed in BBMP have to be done only in the night times because your roads are free. And all my execution works started only after 10:30. So my executive engineer, on request, ensured initially only that the contractor sends the vehicle and we were picked up because I wanted to be there on site. Very honestly, I think out of all the male engineers and the female engineers, I can be upright and honest. We ladies were on the site during execution, during asphalting of work, start there at 10:30, we would stay up till 6 a.m. But then, until and unless you do, we have also faced situations. See, I live in Kengeri and I was in charge of Bomanalli. Okay, it's too random, like in Bangalore, even commuting that kind of distance is not easy. But then at the end of the day, do you want to be there? One is the commitment levels that we women carry, like at the end of the, see, something as simple as, when we park the vehicle, it's like, if it's not parked by the next, some lady would have parked the vehicle. Right? It's such a common thing, but then, hello, like, when we ensure and we commit to wanting to do it a certain way, I know for a fact that the executive engineer was very particular that Ashwini goes to the site, especially when the contractors were really bad. They knew that I would be standing out there ensuring the thickness of asphalting, and that comes from commitment. It has got nothing to do with gender. And as I mentioned, I can openly vouch for the fact that we ladies in the BBMP were out there when the men would be sleeping happily at home, when they were still supposed to be on site executing their work. But then we were there ensuring work got done. And till recently, when I was promoted as an assistant executive engineer, till the last day as an assistant engineer, I have stood there on the site 10:30 till 6 a.m. in the morning. We have executed building works. Also, now you have to do concreting. You have to be up there. And my AWE, I don't think he's ever spared us telling that, oh, it's 4 in the morning, Ashwini, you can leave. No. Because they have realized that that's a kind of commitment we have. And I feel that where people can see commitment, they will give us the opportunity. But like Madam mentioned, I feel it's creating a society that feels that there is a necessity. And also commuting, working for the BBMP, very honestly for me, I had to look for toilets in restaurants. I'm always on the road. I'm literally on the road. I start in the morning, I have to look for restaurants and I have to be like really safe, what if I catch some infections tomorrow? And that has happened. But then at the end of the day, I think we women come with that kind of commitment that tomorrow we should be pointed out and said that this is not done properly because it was a lady who was handling it. I feel we go, put that extra effort, make that extra, commitment to be there and be recognized for the work that we do and not for the gender that we are.
So like 1%, you'll give it for safety. You'll have to, 1% for facilities. You give it, then it happens. The contract you
have to ask for it because
I'm not talking facility for, there are
in my
places,
process, I have to ask.
There are places where gents also are not given
to
facility.
build for me. I made them to build that this is for women, they have to lock it that this is for women. Why? If someone is there, it should be mandatory.
Okay, one last question which everybody, I want a one-line answer. Women get too much emotional and they don't be calm in handling the disputes. It's a common, again, a myth. Let me put it that way. No. I'm not finished.
Okay.
Everybody, I want to answer that last question. After that, we can take questions from the public. So from the audience. So, are they really emotional, or can they handle the disputes calmly, the manner it is required, or is there any truth in that myth?
Emotion is a strategy. So emotion, if it were for emotion, we could get the contracts, I could get the arbitration done within 30 seconds with my emotion showing. So emotion is not the thing in arbitration.
Okay.
It is a strategy.
Strategy. So you use emotions, but it's a strategy. Oh, that's interesting.
I think some people are using emotions It's not emotions, it's empathy.
Empathy is also not an emotion?
Empathy is emotion, but that is understanding the other person's side.
I would like to touch upon the other part of what you said, sir, that women cannot handle things calm.
I'm not saying it's a myth, I'm just, you are trying to...
No, but I'll tell you, working in the government sector, when the contractors you meet are all class 1 contractors who are super rich and who come from heavy influence, the way, the kind of approach, we experience, somewhere I feel being this timid, shy woman sitting there does not get work done. When I started my job, 2006 out of college in 2007, I was one little girl with my bag, and I was sent out there to execute work. I couldn't be sitting there timidly and saying, a class 1 contractor, I don't think I could have gotten them to get the job done by being just this little college girl. I had to be up there, I had to voice my opinions, and I had to have a certain tone. And I've been coined for it, of being aggressive. I'm happy of being that to get my work done.
Well,
I believe that emotions are there comparatively for women, but that is not a barrier while judging or solving a construction dispute. Even as a lawyer, when we come to that front while arguing, there is no barrier at all. But definitely that emotions are there, but that is not a barrier, I believe.
Julia?
Okay. Being emotional, meaning they see through things and they try to reduce the damages or casualties or whatever it is. On that aspect, by being emotional, they can actually get things done within time without any EOT. Without any extension of time. Because that's the main issue in construction industry.
I guess.
Audience, do you have any questions or do you have any myths which to be busted today? So probably can we expect there will be, men will be talking here and the women will be there?
Yeah.
Next to Milana?
So we don't want that. We are happy. What do you think? Why we are...
Okay, now open to the audience.
Then anyone else in you?
Huh?
Even men were more calmer, sir, during this session.
Men were very calm. No, if you have any questions or if you feel anything you want to ask. Anything you want to ask? Please.
Personally, I felt that they were not very honest in answering the last question.
The last
Emotions. That was my feeling.
So we will not have emotions. I'm saying emotions will not be there. When you read a contract, what emotions can you get, sir?
The emotions work in mediation and not in arbitration.
Emotions cannot be there. No emotions.
We cannot throw out our emotions like it's anything.
All that I agree, we are not emotional.
So when you read why if there will be any emotion? If you will be emotional, it will ruin your life. Why is
Do you get emotional when you read a contract?
the weakness?
Do you get emotional when you read a contract? Do you get emotional when you read a contract? But then why should we get emotional?
I'm not saying you should get emotional when you read a contract.
Because we are not printing anything.
People counter you people try to get emotional. When you people are not able to solve some problem, you try to get emotional. Nature, that is what I meant.
No, that's not
true for everybody and not on every occasion.
Facilitate them also.
But by nature, you are emotional, which you agree.
That is not hindering the project.
I'm telling you why.
We say we don't hinder the project.
We're being emotional, otherwise no one is there on the earth. No, emotion is it is the biggest strength of a woman. It is the biggest strength of a woman.
That's going okay.
Not always. It is, I agree, but not always.
But that will never come in between their work, I feel.
Not everybody was honest. That was my feeling.
They become emotional only if they are family oriented. Right?
What do you mean? He was shouting at Kamita.
Is not mandatory to discuss.
Exactly.
Second thing is, there is a judge in every lawyer. Okay.
So thing is, your personality in construction law is based on some basics rule, which are the first one is a where to ask, where to speak, where to not speak, where to ask, what to ask, what to not ask. That's it. Thank you. Any question?
Gender, men and women, that's the basic rule.
Yes. No, and I am also emotional on this group.
Thank you for
Sachin,
I have seen one management movie of a Ford company. Movie name is Learn Management from Your Wife.
There are many movies in turn.
So if there are no questions, we will facilitate them, and then we come to the end of the day. We have to get all that. So we can stand for a group photo. Probably when we go to solve the names, I will. Yes, from here you can talk. Somebody can you give it to me?
What I saw news meeting, it's all a myth.
Nidhi, come. This is maybe the picture. This is Bindu's one, so it's okay. Okay, thank you. I'll take it back and give you afterwards. Angela, this also name will be different.
Yes, I'll join.
Bindu, this is Pawan's one. You did that. Okay. Stay here, we'll take it photo. This is name is different, we will get you changed.
Miss Koil Pujari. Miss Divya.
Okay. We'll have a group photo.
Come in front.
One you all take, no, one you take, go, I'll come in the picture. So the Mythbuster is there, no? That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what are science and mental other daily, then you return it. Have it. We have to collect it back and we have to give the correct dates. No problem.
Your phone? Yes. National phone. As we have come to the end of this enriching session, I would like to call upon Mr. enLAWrge to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone present here. As we conclude this inspiring day at Milana 2025, it is truly an honor to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all who contributed to the success of this academic gathering. We began with the lighting of the lamp and prayer, followed by the warm welcome addressed by Professor Venkat. Our sincere thanks to him for setting a thoughtful beginning to today's program. A special word of appreciation goes to our MLS Director, Professor Esther Thomas, for the motivation. We are deeply grateful to Sri Dinesh Hegde, District Judge and Director of Arbitration and Conciliation Center, Bengaluru, for inaugurating Milana 2025 and sharing his valuable insights with us. Special thanks to Sri H.S. Raju, Managing Trustee, Sri Vidyodaya Foundation's Trust, for blessing the event. The academic roundtables 1 and 2 added great depth to the morning sessions. We thank the moderators, faculty members and participants for their insightful contributions. Our appreciation also extends to everyone involved in the CLAFI inauguration, making an important milestone for our institution. This afternoon, the Construction Law Cohorts Roundtable, the LLM debate sessions and the Mythbuster session enrich the academic vibrancy of the event. Thank you to all participants and mentors for your dedication and enthusiasm. A special and sincere note of gratitude goes to all the authors who submitted their academic papers and presented them before the jury members. Your research efforts and commitment to academic excellence truly elevated the spirit of Milana. We also extend our deepest appreciation to the jury members of each theme for their dedication, patience, and scholarly guidance. Thank you for spending entire day carefully evaluating academic papers from around the world. Your commitment ensured a fair, rigorous, and enriching review process for all participants. We congratulate top performers of Theme 1, 2, and 3, along with all the winners announced today. Your achievements are inspiring, and we celebrate your hard work. Our heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, student volunteers, technical team, hospitality team, and every member working behind the scenes. Special thanks to enRiching as well as Benupriya for their cooperation and support. Your seamless coordination from morning registration to the final session made this conference a smooth and memorable experience. To all our participants, guests and well-wishers, thank you for your presence, engagement and encouragement. Our special thanks to the students and faculty of Vidyodaya Law School. You are the strength behind the continued success of Milana. Thank you once again, wishing you all a wonderful evening ahead.
I now request everyone to stand for the national anthem. Please stand.